of there. So thank you so much, Abhi. My mentor is here, Subroda, and Subroda invited to us, and thank you so much, Divya, as so connecting, and thank you so much. I think I learned there are mostly most of things from here, and thank you so much, Aspire India, to inviting us. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Baite. I'm from Ficor. Uh, right now, I'm based in a project in Delhi. Ficor and Spare India is like working hand in gloves in terms of disaster response. I'm hoping to be enlightened today through this program.
A very good morning to everyone. I'm Bharat Govind from Kerala. I'm currently working here in a project funded by International Atomic Energy Agency in Amity University, Noida. And I'm the co-founder and CEO of Climate Hood Foundation based in Kerala. And I was the first convener of interagency group of Trivandrum district, Kerala. And I have been working with government of Kerala and district administration of Trivandrum since 2018 because from 2018 floods onwards, we have been working in the CBDRR and ECO-DRR. So now our organization is focusing on like mainly climate disaster resilience and mainly like involving communities and nature-based solution for climate action. And nice to be like it's a pleasure to be here. And like we have been talking I think since 2019, like especially with Divya. And yeah, I hope to meet like almost like from different parts of the country, and like I have to learn a lot in this field of disaster action. So thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you. Hi everyone, good morning, Pranam. Myself Gaurav Suyal from Uttarakhand. So Pranam from Uttarakhand. I am Program Support Fellow from Uttarakhand, or working under IAC Vertical and closely working with SDM, USDMA and IG UK. So आप सभी सम्मानित सदस्यों का हमारे इस वर्कशॉप में स्वागत है. So what is what? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Divya Gupta. I'm working as a manager IAC with the Sphere India Network. So my role is to help all our IAG, state IAG colleagues in the emergency operations like alerts, trips, and the GRNS. Thank you so much.
Hello, good morning, all of you. I'm Altamash Khan, and I am program coordinator with the Collaborative Advocacy Vertical of Sphere India. And I am from Gaya, Bihar. We have recently conducted a multi-sector coordination handbook pilot study in 6 different states, and I'm sure many of you were there in that pilot sessions for different sectors. We also done ECO-DRR module for 1 and 2 in different 6 different states. So I'm glad that after 2 years we are meeting virtually as well as I mean physically also. I'm really happy to be part of this workshop for these 2 days, and I welcome you all on behalf of Sphere India. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Rucha Thakkar, and I work for Caritas India. I'm based in Delhi head office with Caritas. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. All right. This is Ritika Tiwari from Sphere India, and I'm working under KCS vertical. And apart from this, I've also worked in the CA vertical, that is for collaborative advocacy. And as Altamash said, that we have actually done a lot of trainings in our. Sorry for that. Just getting a little distracted. Okay. Apart from that, welcome. First of all, welcome all of you. I think I'll be one of the last people to introduce.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm from Brook, India. My name is Dr. S.F. Zaman, and it's I'm very happy to be part of this workshop for 2 days. And I'm quite new to the disaster response and all these things, but I'm very hopeful that within these 2 days, I will cope up with all these new jargons and new advancement. I have been a part of IAG quite a lot of time, but very sorry, it's not possible always to go through all these lot of messages coming every day. But in any case, it's very. I'm always very happy to meet so many people working for a cause, and we in Brook, India, we have been like talking for strategic planning last year. We emphasized that in coming years there will be a lot of disasters because of all climate change and all. And very happily, we would like to say that this becomes a core theme of our organization. And unlike all other organizations, we are probably one organization who is working for animals, horses, donkeys, and mules and their communities. And therefore, in this forum, I think we are very unique. And I hope to learn all these other things that you are doing for human primarily. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Priya Pandey. I'm Senior Program Leader in External Affairs from Brook, India. And Sir has already given a lot of introduction. Just want to add to it that even during the pandemic, we were supplying fodder and all the necessary requirements for the animals everywhere. So our team was working very actively though. So yeah, and we are very happy to collaborate with Sphere India and hope to work together in future. Thank you so much.
Namaskar and good morning. My name is Prasad Sevekari. I am with Radar India, an organization based out of Pune in Maharashtra and working for humanitarian capacity building. I know quite a few people over here and I mean offline and online as well. So it's good to be with all of you once again. We are part of Sphere India and well, I mean learnings from whatever we do over the year. It's always important to understand as to, as Dr. Hina mentioned earlier as well, where we have gone right and what is it that we could do better. It feels really good to be part of this gathering, online and offline, because there are people who are working with people, people who are working for environment, people who are working with animals, and well, all of us. So definitely, this would be a good learning platform, and looking forward to understanding more from you and your work and taking it forward. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Vikrant from Sphere India, and it's a great moment to have all of you here in this hall and also in the hall on the online. And I think we have many more confirmations and more people are joining and some will be also dropping in here. This annual affair where we try to look back as to what we have done as organizations, as individuals, but also as a collective, right? All of us together as a collective, what is it we have done, what we have achieved, what went well, but definitely also is more importantly, what could have been better, so that, you know, we can plan for the next year better. I think that's the thing. And though more will be opening up in the sessions, and but I think the central theme for us would be our collective accountability. You know, I think our mission statement is towards accountability to affected and at-risk population. So that's something is we're going to bearing in mind as a collective here, that what is our collective accountability and how we can hold ourselves accountable to the what we aspire to do. So with this, I hand it back to my colleague Hina, though I know some more dear friends have joined in the hall and also on the other way, but I think Hina will try to bring them in, and we will resume the discussion soon.
So how can we not have these two guests who have been with us from the start? So we'd also like to introduce Blesson as well as Dr. Anurag, who have just now joined us, to please come here for a minute or so to introduce yourself and your organization.
A very good morning, and I'm sorry for being late. I'm Dr. Anurag Mishra. I'm professor of surgery at Maulana Azad Medical College. That's a primary institution I represent, and also partly I work with few NGOs like Doctors for You is one of them. So in disasters, that's my most of my experience in disasters and emergencies is through Doctors for You. So I'll be happy to share.
Good morning, friends. I'm very happy to be here. Glad, we've opened up in this hybrid model which is happening. So very happy to be here. My name is Blesson Simon, and I'm with World Vision India, based out of Delhi. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Manish Nair. I'm from India Volunteers Network as an India volunteer, and I'm glad to be a part of this workshop. And I believe that it is going to be a great learning being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Just to introduce my own self also, I work in Spare India as a senior manager programs, but what Vikrant was just now highlighting is about accountability. Now, we have 4 vertical programs in Spare India, and one of the vertical is accountability to affected population, which earlier used to be an overarching vertical, where we never used to do some focused actions. So I'm very happy that we are looking at now the offshoots of accountability in terms of establishing real-time feedback mechanism, and post-disasters and PSEA. And we are also talking about communication with communities. We're talking about rights in crisis. We're talking about minimum standards. So in the course of today's session, we'd also like to unpack what these terms mean to us, what has been our experiences vis-a-vis these terms, and how we take it to the field. So that will be my expectation as well. We are also being joined by Lee, who is also, the chair of our Spare India governance. So we would also like to hear from her. We also are joined by some of our UNHCR colleagues who have joined us online. We had received confirmations from other organizations like CARE, UNICEF, AIDMI, CDMAS, and will be joined by senior experts over the course of today. Professor Santosh will be here, Professor Anil Gupta, Shashikant Chobde, Ilya Jafar, Pustiji, Anil, Annie George from Kerala. Some of these people will be a part of some of our technical sessions and take us through some of their insights and their wisdom to help us, get a better understanding of different technical topics. Before we proceed, I would request Lee to just share on behalf of Spare Governance, share a few words with all of us. Over to you, Lee.
Ms. Lee, can you hear us? Can you try now, please? Yeah, I've given her the unmuting rights. Ma'am, is it fine now? Can you please try unmuting now?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm traveling and that's nice for that already. To briefly mention that it's great that we are holding this annual event. It's not just an event, as Hina mentioned, that we have expanded into various fields, leveraging our strength in different areas now. So I believe that as peer networks, as individual organizations, we are going to deliberate on what has worked best for us, what really needs to work more for us, and eventually how best the communities can benefit from our collective efforts and strength. At the end of the day, we would like to have a great, path ahead for us to walk on the coming year. This year has been very difficult. The last 2 years have been very difficult for each one of us. And so how can we make best use of the strengths that we have, come together on common agenda items, develop for ourselves, identify what that we would like to really work together as a collective, and have a roadmap for each one of us. With that, because I'm traveling, I would like to keep it really short, and all the best for this 2-day event to everyone.
Thank you so much, Lee. That was very encouraging and leaves an initial precedence for us to open this for our first technical session. Before that, are there any other colleagues? We have colleagues from UNHCR who have also joined us. Would Silju, you help us check with, I think Shen is there.
Hi, is there any other colleague with us who we missed out during the introduction round? So is there anyone who would like to introduce now?
Kindly raise your hand so that.
Ilya ma'am, yes, I can find her. Ilya ma'am, can you please unmute and
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Ilya, currently associated with multiple organizations, but continuing as an honorary advisor for Sphere India as well. In the last year or so, I've been quite closely working and actually experiencing the new ways of working in terms of emergency response and managing the virtual meetings and consultations. So I'm really looking forward to this lessons learned. I know there would be a lot for us to learn and also to have the way forward. Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you, ma'am. So Ephraim is also there with us. Ephraim, yeah, please speak. You can
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Hi, a very good morning to everyone. My name is Ephraim Tan. I'm the head of programs for UNHCR. It's a pleasure to work with Sphere, the Sphere network, and we have just joined, I think, this year, the network. So, I mean, I come from 15 years of also humanitarian response. So, looking forward to joining you and also networking with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ephraim. Glad to have you on board. Is Amrendra Ghana. Mr. Amrendra, would you like to unmute and share a bit about yourself? Mr. Amrendra? Okay, meanwhile we have Kusumji with us.
Kusumji.
Yes.
Hello. Am I
Hi.
audible?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kusum Khildial. I'm a convener of Interagency Group Uttarakhand. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for joining us.
Yeah. So thank you so much. Because this is going to be a very interactive exercise with a lot of group activities, we'll try to see how we can rope in the people who've also joined us online in the group activities that we do. But it's more of a, not a theoretical, but more of practical sessions that we have lined up. So the first one being, I would like to invite Prasad sir, Vikrantji, for this first technical session where Midun has primarily worked on some exercise which he'll take us through on the assessment, summary of learnings, challenges, and way forward on assessment and 5W matrix. So over the years, there have been some improvisations, modifications, and now we have evolved with some new ways of, how we make some changes in the current assessment tools. So Midun, as well as Vikrantji and Prasadji will put in their value additions, after which we'll open this for everybody's inputs. Over to you, Vikrantji.
Well, Prasad want me to sit here. Okay, I'm happy standing it. Midun has done an interesting survey with all of you. He designed a survey and sent it to everybody for this today's meeting, in which he's collected some of the key learning points that what have been our major learnings. I think each one of us, when we can look back in the year, I know when I do, I find, a lot of time, lot of spots are there where we were struggling and in the crisis times and all, and there was certainly a learning churning out there. But Midun survey has put it together in the form of a PPT now, an analysis, learning analysis. We'll quickly run it through, and then we'll take some from the people here and also on the Zoom. So this is the learning analysis which has come from the survey. Next slide. So when we look back 2021, these have been the major events. I think one major learning I would put up is there is, among these visible ones, there are 10 times invisible events which are there, which we have not been able to bring to the focus. So I think one major learning for us is for 2022 is maybe we need to bring those also, the invisible disasters or the less known profile disaster into it. And that has been one of the striking point in the action plan for 2022, right? And then this analysis, around 22 organizations have responded to this survey. So what we are going to see next is the sharing from these 22 organizations, and their names are mentioned here. Most of these organizations are working in these 4 sectors. Many of them are working beyond these also, but these are the common ones which we have identified from these organizations, right? Next. So the question that what has worked well in 2021, these are some of the bullets coming up commonly from these organizations. So many have felt the public-private partnership, the partnership with the government, the empanelment of the vendors and some logistics coordination, training and capacity building. Some organizations, I think specifically, Kaitas have probably mentioned about that. They have allocated contingency funds for the disaster. So that has worked well for them and is something and learning for others also. Weather forecast, I think this year we also introduced forecast-based planning. So we have been doing regular forecasting, but there's maybe scope of improvement, but it has come out well with some organizations also and in the collective one also. Real-time evaluation of humanitarian needs. Again, I think this is very organization specific. We have a question that have your organization done any evaluation? So out of the 22, 4 organizations have conveyed yes, and 2 have shared reports, right? But one of them has had a striking factor that they were looking at the real-time evaluation of the needs also. Then knowledge management, community engagement, local working with local organizations. These are also some of the things which are struck out among other responses. This is primarily at the organization level, right? Now, the next one is what could have been better at the organization level. So understanding from these organizations, so they feel like they could have better interface with the national level leadership and more forum for the cross learning. So this is coming from within the organization, maybe between the national leadership and the organization, maybe the outreach in the field, perhaps they could have been better connect. One thing is this, resource mobilization and fundraising is always, a big thing, which could be better. There's always a more need for more resources because the need is such a, especially 2021, COVID wave 2, such a big need has been there. So there has been resource crunch, and I think we, in our next strategy, we are focusing a lot on making predictable financing becoming available from government and non-government sources. So that's a strategy we're taking it forward. Then mainstreaming inclusive humanitarian response with like-minded organizations and IAGs. So this comes up is more at partnership level, working with the IAGs, and though it's again shared by one of the organization perspective, there's a like-minded organization where they can work together, right? They are always not so like-minded also, because there are also some lot of good thing comes out from that discussions also. Now there could be better is improved capacity in DRR. So ignore it. One of the pitfalls of having the dual mode of workshops these days. So improved capacity of members in DRR, particularly community-based DRR, that's coming up strong. Joint post-disaster need assessment is also could be better. I think the next session is going to look at what could be done better into that. Ensuring social inclusion and social accountability in the response and recovery processes. So that's also could have been better at organization level. Next. Now, what worked well at interagency level? So what we were saying, what worked well at organization level. Now the question is at an interagency level, what has worked well? So here is the active participation of district and village administration in the district, in the interagency processes. As we can see, some of the district level organizations and the conveners are here. So this has been something which has gone well. Joint assessment and response coordination ensured the responses were impactful. Regular coordination with different agencies, information sharing helped in relief activities. So this is also standing out. Rapid clearances and agreements on mutual consent basis for interagency participation and partnerships, right? State level coordination for localized response. So these are some responses. Actually, you say that, the survey, we were expecting more responses to the survey, but from what we have got is this only. So we were looking at some responses in this hall also now. Next, what could be better at interagency level? So what comes on the top is some kind of a active participation of district and village administration. So there's a both side. So previously it was some organizations that felt it was good, and some are saying this could be much better now. And is the same slide? No, you move to the next slide. What could have been better at the in emergency preparedness and response? You're going back probably. Yeah, stay on this slide. This is what could have been better at interagency level in emergency preparedness one. So anticipatory humanitarian action, capacity building of local NGOs. This is probably a thrust towards preparedness, right? So while we can anticipate, I think again the forecast-based planning, doing some anticipation and doing some preparedness over there. Joint pre-positioning of stock. I think maybe my personal reflection, this is something which we are losing as organizations and as interagency mechanism. If I look back 5 years back, there were many organizations who were doing pre-positioning, but now we are not finding them doing pre-positioning, or they are not sharing information the way they used to share information earlier, right? So my personal observation I'm putting up on this comment, but there is certainly something which we can do better by doing the pre-positioning of the stocks. Then involvement of more agencies at all levels. Yes, this has been a constant feedback for us to diversify more and to bring all kind of organizations. We saw some youth organizations and volunteer organizations joining today, and some from the peace organizations. So the approach 2020 to 25 is to expand the nexus with the peace organizations and youth organizations, women organizations, development organizations, not just limited to the humanitarian DRR one, build the nexus more. So this is something which is consistently coming from all directions for us. Then initiate more district level IAGs and their periodic meetings. Yes, we have a good example of Kerala, which has not only got district IAGs in all districts, but also notified by government. So there's a government notification that this is district IAG for all districts in Kerala. Maybe something like that we will replicate in other places also. There are already good efforts happening, but that something is coming strong that we need to do that. providing technical learning and skills, the work happening on the academy, improved advocacy and resource mobilization, then coordination with the government line departments. Again, a very striking one. And today we are having a session focused on working with the government and also on the sectoral coordination, which is focusing on working with the line departments. I think we will see some road ahead on that there. Next. What worked well at the DRR and resilience level in emergency preparedness and response? So again, this is at probably organization level. Awareness regarding DRR principles within the NGOs. I think sessions have been happening on the academy. Understanding the need for building resilience among communities. The preparation of risk-informed Gram Panchayat development plan. Development of multi-sectoral guidelines. This is coming from a particular organization experience. So some organizations have done this work, and for them, this has worked well for the resilience part. The investment in staff capacity and planning, capacity building training program on DRR to members for emergency response. CBM's particular CBM concept note on inclusive DRR and institutionalizing the DM committee. That's, I think, has been specific sharing for them. The mock exercises and awareness activities. So these are things which have worked well for the preparedness DRR for various organizations at organization level. Next. This is what could have been better at probably at the interagency level. And the same continuity of same one. So ensure community and stakeholder engagement on strengthening community access to basic services. Then structural changes and policy paradigms need to be reinvented with the new demands. So diversified resource mobilization and fundraising again coming out. Integrating DRR in development plan across all government schemes as well as taking CCA in plan. Now this part is, we have had discussions also with the government. Maybe there is also our ask coming on civil society organizations from our members to demonstrate it, how to do it. I think while we are doing a lot of advocacy with the government, we have to also have to do it. Our member organization also have to do it within their own verticals and demonstrate it. This is the way to head in. So there will be a thrust towards that also. Next one. So this is the evaluation and learning among the responses which we have received. How many of them have actually done the evaluation of their work and have among this also, I think the 4 out of 21 have done, and among them also Doctors for You is certainly one of them. I think they have shared the report also. So this is also to encourage organizations that I'm sure more are doing it or in the process of doing it, to do their evaluations and bring the evaluation report, before this session, because I think the next time we do a learning workshop like this, we can have a section which is informing us from the organizational level evaluation. And of course, we would like to institutionalize interagency level learning evaluation also, so that we have a better other ways of informing us in this workshop. So this has been the what has been the outcome from this survey. I know there are a lot more than this, because many have not responded to, have not been able to respond to this survey. People are going very busy as such and all, but then there are also there in the hall today to do some live discussions onto that, and also those on the Zoom platform. So for that, I will hand it over to the colleague, friend, and mentor, Mr. Prasad. Help us distill some more things from the audience which is here in the hall and on the Zoom, and we will see that how we take it ahead in the next 1.5 day agenda. Whatever we're discussing, it we distill some more learnings coming from the organization interagency level, and we take it forward in the discussion session which are planned ahead. Right? Okay. Thank you so much. Over to you, Prasad.
That was a pretty good introduction to set the ball rolling, Vikrant. And quite an important, quite a useful summarization of the findings that we have got from the survey that was conducted. Learning, friends, is a continuous process. I mean, we do get time and we respond to some surveys, and it's not the end of the learning that happens over there. It is time and space bound as well. So whenever you respond to certain things, you might be in a different frame of mind, and you keep on realizing that maybe you should have added something more different. I mean, just like what was asked in this questionnaire that was shared with us all, what went well and what could have been better. When you refer back to whatever responses you had given, you might as well, we might as well, I might as well think that, okay, I might have responded better. This was something which dawns on me as a learning. So what we will do for this new normal hybrid session over the next maybe 15 minutes, if you would allow, because we are having another session at 11:45. And since we started a little late, we are getting into the tea time. Maybe what we could also do is that to ensure that we do this real-time learning, I could call it as real-time learning since we are over here. We could ask for the tea inside instead of us going out, and then tea could be served in to so as to save the time, and be prepared for the next session, which should start at 11:45 on time as well. What I would do the come in newly. It's okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay. I have also suggested to Divya that we could put up a parking lot which would have two essential questions as to what has gone well and what could be done better, and all those categories that were discussed or that were responded to in the survey, they could be put up. Just two flip charts. We can consider them as parking lot, on which you can, over the period of next maybe 36 hours, drop in your ideas, which would be collated by the team over here, added to whatever has been picked up from the online survey. And this online and offline would be compiled together, distilled, and further shared, analyzed, and shared in our report. Hope that this would be okay, because that would help us in reflecting on our own learnings. Also because the online process is very much individual. Online process is very much individual. And as I said, it is time and situation specific. Here, through the peer processes, through the peer experiences, we would be able to add value to that. Right? What I would then request you over here is to reflect on the thematics that are being discussed. You talked about in the individual online survey, you talked about the different questions, or you responded to the questions. But over here, it'll be good to respond particularly to the thematics that are being discussed in the sessions that are coming up. To start with, I mean, if I request people to get maybe sitting in appropriate groups, is that okay, Dr. Saab? Huh? So we are starting. The next session is about coordination. The next session is about assessments and coordination. The next two sessions. So if we can get people subdivided and sitting on the tables to discuss at least two things. Rather, they are coming up as three, because two has 2A and 2B. It is about assessments, the assessment tools, processes, and guidelines. And the second one is about coordination. The coordination also has, subdivisions within it. It is about sectoral coordination, which is sector-specific coordination, and multi-sectoral coordination. So if we can have these groups over here, I think it will be better to move ahead as well. This would also help us in posing the right kind of questions when we have these sessions, the speakers who are coming within a short while and giving us their insights as well. Is that okay? Does that make sense? I mean, normally I don't ask these kind of open-ended questions. If you tell me that it doesn't, then I fall flat on face. So, so this must have made sense. Okay. What we'll do is that, just to save time, quickly, if we can, maybe 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, Dr. Sir, 3, 1, sir, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3, 1. So wonderful. So we've got everyone, and then there is Hina, there is myself, and so there are 3 others, and you. Yeah. So that's the thing that I would like you to facilitate online, because we need to get them into the groups, and it'll be good if people express their interest as well, or you have already got them into the rooms. Wonderful. That is so fast. I mean, I was not even looking at you and you've done whatever I had wanted. So that's lovely. So we have 3 groups and we are looking at assessments. We are looking at sectoral coordination, and we are looking at multi-sector or intersectoral coordination. Coordination A, coordination B, right? 3 groups. And we just come up with not what went well or what could have been done better, because we have been talking about that and we'll get to hear more as well. But we talk about also the online people. We talk about the challenges that we have faced during all. There are 10 different disasters that we have responded to through 100 different approaches. But there might have been thousands of challenges within. So what were those challenges that we faced? It could be for assessment. It could be for the sector-specific coordination. Maybe sector-specific coordination with the line departments at the government level. Maybe intersectoral coordination at district, at state, at local level. Maybe intersectoral coordination with certain state disaster management authorities where you don't have a sector specificity outlined clearly. All these things could come up. So I would suggest that we talk about 2 things. One is challenges that we came across. And second, of course, how we did overcome those challenges. I feel that this is what is going to help us shape the discussions for the sessions for the later part in the day and for tomorrow as well. I repeat, we already have what could have been done better and what went well. But we need to look back into the challenges, and we need to refer to what are those different approaches that were undertaken to overcome those challenges, particularly for assessment purpose, which sets again the tone for the disaster response, and coordination, which ensures that things become more predictable and coherent. Okay, please, let's get into the groups 1, 2, and 3. And I'll suggest that the group 1 will take up the assessment part. Group 2 takes the coordination A, which is the sector-specific coordination, wherein the links are with maybe the UN agencies, maybe the line departments of the government. And the group, the 3rd group takes up the multi-sectoral, intersectoral coordination. Okay. Yeah, I would. Yeah, that's what. So it's good that. Yeah, wherever. Yeah. Yes. And you'll be served the tea, so the stimulant would be there. I would also request the online participants. Sorry, we won't be able to offer the tea to them or the sandwiches which are coming up. But yeah, I mean, that would be a virtual tea. But I'm sure that you would be stimulated well enough to participate in this process. And yeah, you can.
Yes. So I've already opened up the breakout rooms. There are 3 team leads we have assigned for now. One would be led by Peniel, and the other would be by Vijesh from Kerala, and the third by Ilya Jafar. So would request the online participants to join their allotted breakout rooms.
Okay, we have only 15 minutes. Well, we all know about how the response has to be rapid.
Would request all the people left on the main room to join their allotted breakout rooms. You might be getting a pop-up on your screen. You can click on it and you'll be taken to the breakout room. Mr. Peniel, you can join the room 1 and lead the team. Ilya ma'am and Vijesh would also request you to join group 3 and 2 respectively for leading them.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Is it okay? Yeah. No, no, it's okay. Is it okay? Clear? That's it.
दिखाई जा रही है पढ़ाई के नाम पे
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you very much. I understand that this was a very rushed exercise, but as I told someone that we are into an emergency response mode every time, so we have to rush through the things. So what we are going to do, thank you for your work, both the online and offline participants. What we shall be doing now is we would be requesting the online groups to come up with their presentations, which would also be helping us in understand as to what the online learnings are and how they are substantiating whatever has been gathered through the survey that was presented earlier. In the survey, we got what could have been done better and things like that. What we are trying to do is to substantiate this to ensure that the learnings do get grilled in. So I would request group number 3, which is ready with the presentation, I believe. And if they could share the challenges and the approaches that were taken to overcome the challenges. This group is about multi-sectoral coordination. And before we go ahead, I welcome Professor Santosh on board. Namaskar, Professor Saab.
Thank you very much. Very good morning to you as well.
Thank you. We are waiting to hear from you. But before we go ahead with the next session, there is going to be a brief presentation, 3 minutes, from one of our virtual groups who has worked on multi-sectoral coordination, which would be followed by another virtual group presentation, which is about assessment, which would lead to the session that Professor Saab is going to have in a short while from now. Over to the group 3.
I would suggest let them make presentation and then I would pitch in. That would
Yes,
be better.
yes. That's how it is planned.
Right.
Sir. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please be with us. Thank you. So the group 3.
So would request anyone who would like to take a lead from group 3 and present the key discussion points from group 3. Ilya ma'am, would you like to do that? Yes, exactly. We are checking with the online groups first. So we'll be going with the online participants first, the 3 groups, and later on we'll be going with the physical ones.
Sure. So in group 3, we were basically discussing the multi-sectoral coordination. What were the experiences over the last 1 year? What were some of the challenges that we faced? So some of the points that came during the discussion was that one is that organizations were actually struggling for multi-sectoral coordination because many agencies who were, for example, responding with health supplies or oxygen support to hospitals, they also simultaneously wanted to get some understanding of gender issues and also livelihood needs of the population around those health facilities. But because of a lack of mechanism where an information of other sectors could be obtained, this remained a challenge to quite an extent. It was felt that in many NGOs, because the persons who were present were not obviously aware of all the states. So in many IAGs, while there is a mechanism that exists and there were meetings happening, but truly talking about how the interlinkages of different sectors exist and what can be done about those, that was not very effective. So multi-sectoral, it was felt that whenever assessments were being done, to actual on-ground response, or even writing the recommendations or action plan for response, there the multi-sectoral linkages were missing. So it was not really effective, and it's felt that such mechanism needs to be further strengthened. The other point that came up was that there are certain states where the scenario is very sensitive, due to conflict, due to government's position on certain situations. So in sensitive areas, we have to look at multi-sectoral coordination in a very different way. always keeping in mind the do no harm principle, understanding how much information can be shared as civil society, what kind of discussion should happen. So perhaps we need to have a different lens and look at it differently and come up with a different strategy to work and coordinate in very sensitive situations. Another point that came up was that there is a need for interagency groups, whether at national or state or district levels, to have discussions before the meetings, which are the NGO meetings happening, where the district administration is having meeting with civil societies to discuss on the agenda and also influence the agenda. So currently what's happening is that most of the government meetings, the focus is on the number of people affected and the geography. Where are they affected? Where are they placed? While from civil society, there is a need to also bring up the issues of vulnerable population, of what are the needs of women, what are the needs of persons with disabilities in a particular geography. So that is the requirement where the group feels that government should be able to hold civil society accountable, and the reverse should also be true. And for that, the recommendation was that whenever there are these GeoNGO meetings happening, coordination meetings happening with government administration, after each meeting, the plan of action that is developed should also have clear timeline and responsibility written, so that in the next review meeting, government can also say that, okay, this NGO was supposed to do this by this time, what has happened? So there should be an accountability mechanism which should enable both ways, or 360-degree accountability, if we can call that. The last point is that there is also a need for coordinated multi-sectoral coordination on advocacy for various issues where government needs to take action, but until and unless civil societies bring up the issues together in a coordinated way, that advocacy will really not yield results. So some example given was the provision of the construction of pakka houses in certain disaster-prone zones, while there is on paper clear guidelines on where what kind of construction should be done, but in reality, in practical, it's not happening. So perhaps that also is an area of advocacy, and there are many more. I'll stop here, and if any other member who was present in the group wants to add anything, please feel free.
Thank you, Ilya. That was very insightful, and particularly picking up the loose ends, as you mentioned very rightly, in terms of lack of information. One that I picked up, the missing linkages, and the issues related to 360-degree accountability, which generally seem to be missing in any and every coordination process, perhaps, particularly the multi-sectorality when it comes in. This, apart from the kind of lens that we need to use, a different lens that we need to use when we are working in a sensitive area, a sensitive geography, and a sensitive demography as well. I think these are really good points. These are really the challenges that we need to look into and see as to how the coordination would be shaping further in terms of bringing in more predictable, coherent response. And this is true also because I believe the NDMA has come up with guidelines for state and district level coordination mechanisms back in the month of May. And it would be good, since Professor Santosh is also there, it will be good if these issues could be taken back to the NDMA drawing board as well, particularly when we are looking at the 360-degree accountability processes and how they need to be built in when it comes to district level multi-sectoral coordination for disasters. It was shaped particularly for the COVID purpose, but then it has a good remit of different types of disasters, which are always going to be there. And I believe that this is going to be useful for the NDMA-led coordination at the district level as well. Just to give yet another twist to it, coordination doesn't have a dedicated lead or resource. So how we could ensure that even that kind of a resource or a lead is provided either through the collective or from within the government to ensure continuity of coordination. Otherwise, it just becomes disaster to disaster kind of coordination, which itself is disastrous. But that's all. Thank you, Ilya, for these nice inputs. Let's have group 1.
Thank you, group 3. That was indeed very insightful. So next up, can we have Vijesh from your team who would like to present? Is there any member, Sphere member who's there who would like to present from your end? Group 2.
So I have few points to share. Sujo, can I?
Yes, please. And would also request any of the member from your group
Yes.
to add on to what you say.
Yes, just let me share few discussion points what we had during our discussion. The major discussion point was in and around the we were discussing on the challenges in working with line departments, and the major points came up is like, one is the lack of proper coordination among the line departments during an emergency. So that requires more planning among the departments for interdepartmental coordination as well as for intra-departmental coordination. So that leads to like lack of coordination by the district disaster management authority, especially while dealing with these NGOs or civil society engagements. And in many places, they are unaware of like who is doing from where they are working, or like, so a proper coordination that leading by the concerned district disaster management authorities is more required. Then for that, from our side, what we can do is like a constant engagement with the line departments. So the major line departments like health, water and sanitation, or any other major line department, a constant engagement in the form of a capacity building. Sometimes it may be like a capacity building training, or for example, like trainings in joint disaster need assessment tools, or trainings on rapid need assessment tools. So another point is like some standard operation procedures for geo and geo coordination that the state or the state disaster management authority can they can address that issue to prepare a SOP for this NGO, geo and geo coordination. And for example, from Kerala, we have like proper guidelines. Government has issued guidelines for NGO works under their Orange Book, which was published in the year 2020. And there are almost 8 to 14 points, guideline points for NGOs or the IAGs during an emergency or prior to an emergency, what kind of service they can. So it is like a guidelines. So that can be another point for the discussion. And the other point came up, the last one is like a coordination among sectoral NGOs with the concerned sectoral departments. As we know, there are multiple sectoral NGOs in and around, so there can be a separate coordination among the concerned sectoral departments also. So these are the major points came up during our discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you, Vijesh. Do we have anyone else from group 2 who would like to complement what Vijesh has just mentioned? Anything to add or supplement from group 2?
Okay, thank you, Vijesh, for that. Very good points. I particularly picked up upon the need for constant engagement with the line departments. Absolutely bang on. I mean, this is missing. Let me come in and say that the line departments, which are the technical departments, be it health or be it water sanitation or maybe women and child who look after the nutrition, they are not mandated for coordination. Coordination is not their sort of a responsibility. They happen to do it by default. And that's why it falls upon us as a humanitarian community, since we are into this business of providing, ensuring rights-based response. It falls upon us to ensure that the engagement with the line departments is.
Hello. Anji?
Okay. The engagement with the line departments becomes a continuous process as well. And as you again had picked up very well, trainings are important. Capacity building of line departments, particularly in terms of understanding the preparedness, the resilience, all these jargons that we keep on using often, they are not necessarily well versed. The departmental staff and authorities, and particularly those at the ground level who are the first responders. So it is good to have these kind of trainings, and maybe we can think about embedding people within the line departments as well to ensure that the trainings and the learnings are operationalized as well. So these are really good points, Vijesh. Thank you for that. To all your team. Let's move on to group 1, which is on assessments and which would lead us to the session by Professor Santosh later.
So can we have someone from group 1, probably Peniel?
Okay, I represent the group 1, not formally, being a member. So we found the common challenges are accessibility, coordination, and capacity building. The COVID has shown even more, difficult situation in terms of accessibility by the SSRs to move into locations. In fact, it is across everywhere. The challenge is also on capacity. So if we can build local capacity, they'll be able to assess well and with their sectoral core strength. And coordination. I'm talking about most of these coordination is not reached to the grassroots level in terms of district level. Some districts that I personally work have not reached, the entire agency coordination is not strong or not even there. Some states, some districts, even the GO, they do not have a full-fledged department as such, and therefore coordination was very difficult. I personally took initiative to bring in GO and NGOs together, but there's lack of awareness, lack of sensitization, which need to be strengthened. So the 3 or 4 points of how can we do it better is that why don't we create awareness, sensitization, and capacity, empower the local CSOs, local NGOs, and build their capacity using the tools. Using maybe, I don't know about the IT technology, if there's any latest ones, mobile technology, so that it can be real-time, response on the need assessment. You can think about training and capacity building of these local NGOs and strengthening the IG coordination in the district level. Identify them by their core strength. In the district level coordination, if we know that these are the organizations that declare saying that these are the core areas that we work, and therefore they be identified to be trained, and they would be helpful during an emergency situation to do the assessment more effectively and efficiently. If among our group, anyone else would like to give inputs in this, please feel free.
Thank you, Peniel.
Can I come in here?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I am Dr. Shashwati from UNFPA. We also discussed that the assessment should capture the voices of the community. So from the community, youth leaders or leaders of various self-help groups or other government institutions like Panchayati Raj. So the representatives from those groups should also be involved in the assessment process, so they can voice their needs, prioritize their needs. One point was that, and the second point was that when doing the collaboration between different agencies working in the same area for assessment, the assessment should also be done on the resources available with each agency, so that same resources in the emergency situation can be utilized for other services also. So I gave example of UNFPA's work in Odisha during COVID, that family planning commodities were sent to the delivery points by collaborating with India Post, so that when their vehicles were going from one spot to another spot, family planning commodities were sent in their vehicles. So over that these were the points.
Well, thank you, Shashwati ji, and thank you, Penil, as well, for the points that you have mentioned. Well, I mean, what I picked up was about, first of all, it was about the accessibility issue, which I believe is very much related to whatever has happened over the last 2 years. It's very much COVID related, but even then, geographically, it might continue in years to come as well. We need to look into the issue of accessibility. More than that, another thing that you picked up was about the capacity, and particularly at the district level or at the level where it matters in terms of conducting. Sorry about that. That's what also hampers the processes, assessment, and everything. But anyway, we have to take it in stride and then move ahead. So I was talking about capacity, which you very rightly mentioned. Building the capacities, particularly for post-disaster needs assessment, is a crucial thing within those who could be the first responders as well. I'm not saying just community, but those local CSOs who are there, who need to be made aware of what are those issues that need to be picked up, which could be transported to, transferred to, conveyed to those who are providing for the responses. I think these capacities are definitely missing, and accessibilities and capacities together hamper the timeliness of the assessment. As we say in the humanitarian sector, that there needs to be a trade-off between speed and accuracy of the assessment. So it matters as to when is it that you are mounting an assessment. If the assessment results are not accurate during the first instance, you may launch subsequent assessments, assessment missions. There has to be some sort of a trade-off, which has a factor of timeliness. That is what is important. For us, saving lives is the prime thing. So accessibility, capacity, and for which the coordination is necessary. The other groups talked about coordination, and particularly the intersectoral NIIG coordination as well. It is linked to ensure that the assessments are more coherent and provide a predictable response framework. Further, as was mentioned by Shashwati Madam, she talked about making the assessments more inclusive and capturing the voices from the community. That happens to be the foundation. We cannot go ahead if we do not understand what the people really want. So these definitely are the challenges, and we have been trying to find our ways through, not just assessment, but coordination, and as well how to come up with the response that helps in reaching out to those who are left unreached and those who are most at risk, as was again highlighted in the assessment group. I would close this session over here. I would say that these were the presentations from the online groups. which we have picked up. The offline, the groups that are here, they have yet another opportunity to have a go at the thoughts that they were working upon, because they are here. The peer learning would help them maybe add to what they have said, or maybe to reflect upon and then modify what they have already added on. So these flip charts would be displayed on the wall over here. And we have maybe another day to relook into these charts. So thank you very much for your contributions. These are definitely useful and would help in discussions ahead. I would invite Dr. Henna to welcome Professor Santosh again to the board. He has been patiently hearing to the responses from the different groups online and offline. And I believe that this has set tone for his session as well. Dr. Hina, please. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Prasad sir, for such a brilliant moderation of this very critical, very important session on assessment. So the team here who has also worked on some of these pointers that were listed out by the online members, we would request all three groups, if there are any, most of the points which you have discussed and which have been already listed out are the same, but there must have been some 2 or 3 which stand out. I'm sure, yeah. Okay. Okay. So we have already welcomed Professor Santosh. We're very thankful for him being here, and he has been listening to the debrief session. We would want to have his insights on how he perceives all of these inputs that have come in from the different groups on the assessment processes, on the sectoral coordination, and would hand it over to him, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Hina. And should I intervene, or Vikrant, I need to wait?
So just pardon me for a small intervention in between. We this year in 2021, we have done 11 assessments. We have done 10 JRNAs and 1 JDNA. My colleague Midun can just quickly take us a quick presentation of that. And then, sir, we would like to hear from you. And particularly, again, I think that slides will deal with our challenges and learnings. But with you in 2022, how we can synergize more with the NIDM and with the government, our plan of doing the assessments together. Maybe as we see the opportunities there in the PDNA and others also to say there is. So, Midun, are you ready? How much time will it take?
Hi everyone. So I'm Midun. I'm working with Sphere India only. Am I audible now? Okay. So I'm working with Sphere India only along in the interagency coordination vertical along with Divya. So coming into the learnings from the joint assessments and the unified response strategy for 2021. We have conducted in the year 2021 10 JRNAs and 1 JDNA. So you can go to the next slide. So the major emergencies which happened in India, it includes, it started from the Chamoli flash flood, which happened in February 2021. Then we had COVID second wave peak. Then we had Cyclone Taukte in the western coast and Cyclone Yas in the eastern coast. Then we had floods in Bihar. Then we had flood and landslide in Maharashtra, Kerala and Uttarakhand. Then finally we had the floods in Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. So for each of the disaster, we have conducted 10 JRNAs and 1 JDNA. That JDNA is currently ongoing only. You can go to the next slide. Yeah, you can go to the next slide. So coming into the learnings and challenges. So for the year 2021, we have been experiencing the extreme events all over India. So during 2021, the major part we have to look at is the early warning system that will prove to be a major challenge, because in states like Bihar or in Uttarakhand or Kerala, we have been seeing that the early warning, it has not been reaching to the last mile to the community. which has been a major challenge. Considering the cyclone situation, we have a very good early warning system in India for predicting the cyclone, the forecast, the warnings, everything. But for the eastern coast, we can see the significant improvements are there. They have been evacuating the people. There are a less number of loss of lives. But when considering the western coast, when the cyclone Tauktae happened, we can see that the preparedness need to be improved because the damages and the loss of lives was significantly high during cyclone Tauktae. You can go to the next slide. When we consider the early warning system, especially for a state like Bihar, the problem happened during June to July. The flooding situation happened in Bihar. The problem was that the flooding happened in the northern districts of Bihar. The early warning system is not efficient because it is a cross-boundary issue. Because the heavy rainfall happens actually in Nepal. So the information needs to come from Nepal to us. So a problem of cross-boundary communication and information sharing is existing there, which we need to look at. Then coming into the interagency coordination part for the assessment, it may proves to be a challenge during sometimes along with the stakeholder when the conflicts can happen, whether to conduct the GRNA or whether not to conduct the GRNA. So maybe we can look at some guidelines and agree with that. The limited resources to conduct GRNA was another problem. The unavailability of human resources for data collection, as well as the analysis and report writing. Was the frequency? Because the frequency of the disasters have been quite high in 2021 because we have been experiencing more than 10 major disasters. So the unavailability of the human resources can be a major challenge to us. Accessing the data during emergencies, which have been discussed by the group during the assessment part, we have been seeing that accessibility can be a major issue. For example, for getting the secondary data as well, when considering the situation of Bihar, the secondary was not available from the government parts. Because at the supposedly the Bihar government was supposed to give out the flood maps, but during the time of flood, this was not available on their website. This is a major issue. Considering the situation of the regional tools for the assessments, we have limited because currently we have the tools for English and Hindi. But when we are considering the situation like when Chamoli flood happened, the situation was there because it was that the community was speaking a language called Bhotia. So how can we understand such a language and how can we do the survey in a tool which can include the regional languages? Then the duplication of services. This was often reported among all the disasters. When we were conducting the JRNA in Kerala, we could always see the community telling that all the NGOs, maybe there is duplication of services. They are getting the same relief materials again and again to them. Accessibility to the affected areas were a major issues during the assessment. For example, in Uttarakhand and Kerala, where in the remote locations, we were not able to access. So due to which the timelines were affected for the JRNAs. Then the coordination during field assessment. There was a difficulty experiencing as a result of disruption of power and network issues, especially in Uttarakhand floods. Then coming into the way forward part, first we are looking at the forecast-based planning and preparedness. Currently, we are using the IMDCA 1 month forecast information based on which we try to coordinate with the NGOs at the community level for the preparedness activities. Then we have to ensure that the last mile connection of the early warning system is going on well. Then the cross-boundary issues as indicated for the Bihar or other states like UP, we can say we have to develop on that and the implementation at community level. The URS, often we can see that the URS might not be prioritized by the NGOs because often they will be working in the field. They will ask questions like, why do we need to fetch information or why we need to act unified? So we have to give better awareness to the NGOs, especially on the importance of the URS. For example, during COVID, the URS was very effective indeed. We got responses of more than 130 NGOs all over India. And for Kerala as well, we got information from the district level NGOs. This URS metrics was taken care by the district administration in Kerala, which proved to be really effective. So actually URS needs to be taken by the district administration and information at even block level can be taken up so that the duplication of services can be avoided. The field coordination parts which needs to be undertaken by the humanitarian coordinator. This is also regarding the URS only. If there is a person to coordinate all these major issues like unified response strategy, then this will be effective in the field level. Then finally coming to the mobile application dashboard for JRNA. Currently we have the timelines to stick to JRNA. Currently it is 96 hours. Often we find that the humanitarian actors needs the data beforehand. So if you are trying to develop a dashboard as well, then it can be effective in giving the information to the humanitarian agencies as well as the donors. So currently we are trying to work on that. So that will be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Midhun. And now maybe we will be hearing from Professor Santosh. I have had some very interesting discussion with Professor Santosh. In fact, 2021, one major landmark work has been that with NIDM, we have released the guidelines for coordinating different sectors: wash, food, nutrition, shelter, health, protection, and education. For 6 sectors, we have jointly released a guideline with the NIDM. And the discussions forward is that how we do the capacity building in different states on these sectors for both the line departments and the NGOs together, and probably also do some kind of a preparedness cadre for doing assessments as and when they are needed, and how assessment can learn from the PDNA process of the government also. So these are some of the questions, now from our side. Of course, Professor Santosh has a very vast experience of institutional building and capacity building. So we'll see that what way forward he's showing us, for this. Over to you, sir. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Vikrant. It's a very interesting presentation, and I must compliment all the group members and for making a wonderful assessment and also bringing home many points on the floor for the discussion. When I listened to that, the voices of the community to be heard, in one of the recommendations came. And that time I was I can say that I was in pain and still into that anguish within. After reading the newspaper of today, where an 11-year girl got raped, and she was raped and she committed suicide. And she wrote in her suicidal note that safety is only in the cemetery or in the mother's womb. So I was thinking that what kind of a world which we have brought in, and we are not concerned about that whose voices to be heard, like whether it will go as a kind of one of the statistics in our conditions, and or it will never be noticed, or it will have some implications on the public policy, governance, and also as a kind of a challenges for the future. The second point which she mentioned about that one should not trust either relatives or even the teachers. Now for her, who is the community where she can trust upon, and where the kind of a pain she must have gone through, and which forced her to write this kind of a messages to the world, which people are getting affected in disasters or any other situation. This is one part of the story. The second news which came today, that about the Bhojan Mata for ensuring nutrition amongst the malnourished children, and also that girl child and the women also. Bhojan Mata was appointed in one of the institutions in UP, Uttarakhand, and 22 children walked out of the upper caste that refused to take food from her, and because he was the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. And 11, 12 years old boy, and the class 8th, 9th kind of a boy, they can decide about that what is good and what is bad, what is just, what is unjust, on the basis of caste and on basis of this discriminatory approach. That hurts. And when we go back to our own kind of a constitutions, which we talk about that everybody is equal before law and everybody should be given opportunity, and that everybody is committed to take these constitutional provisions to the people last mile. And where one assessor, that one assessment report brought that even this in the flood prone area, the warning is not reaching out to the last mile. So this is another form of story, that many of such information is not reaching out to them. Especially when it comes to the caste, class, culture-based society which we are into. Even if who owns the information there and who is responsible for dissemination of information. If it is with the state is supposed to be a very, very kind of a ensuring equality and ensuring everything. When it comes to the community also, that should be cooperation and altruism. So the point which is emerging out of it, that when we do the post-disaster need assessment, the Kerala example came up very well in terms of that how Kerala was coordinated and what kind of information brought in. So the one very important thing which I think is a communication with the people. And a good point has been highlighted when we go for assessment. Then we need to interact with the people for ground truthing. Many of the assessment we can get done by the government officials, which have been under question for long as a kind of a inflated one. It's not realistic and very conventional approach of doing that. So now the departure is in the form of making it more scientific, making it more transparent, making it more inclusive, making it more gender just, and making it a kind of a justice to everyone. So if we take this approach, then probably we have to go in a capacity building formula differently. And in the capacity development, if the assessor, suppose we are the assessor, or our partners like NGOs, civil society groups, and the government, they go as an assessor, what kind of a mindset which we are into. So that one training is that giving the tools to them, but another training is required, understanding the social reality also. They should not go with a biasness, inherent biasness. I'm connecting this inherent biasness with two examples, which I gave you earlier about the girl child who was raped and committed suicide, and also that food mata, जो हमारे उसको भोजन माता का एक वो दिया गया है. And she is making food, and then people are denying that kind of a, they're not actually accepting her as a kind of in the form of Bhojan Mata, the role. So the mindset one is that I would say that NIDM should also look into our, whatever the module which we have developed for building capacity for PDNA. I need to relook together which Vikrant's team and Sphere's team and of course NIDM's team together. So one is the behavioral input on the assessor, that how assessor should carry what kind of a minimum social behavior which is required from them in the context of these two examples. The second is also that the capacity building, when we are saying that who is the whose capacity. When we say that local capacity, have we been able to identify the local capacity, that who would be doing it? The panchayat, UNFPA colleague was telling that panchayat, PRIs and all that, and we have to see that when we are talking about inclusiveness, who could be made a possible assessor at the community level, and what kind of a mindset they carry, and what kind of a technical capacity do they have, where we have to pitch in and go for the capacity building program. So this is one of the most important things which I wanted to bring. The third thing about the language is very, very important. Even if you are doing it Bihar, even the Bihar who are people are living in Patna and they know only this Hindi, if they go and interact in the flood-prone area of Chhapra or go in Madhubani or go in Darbhanga, they have a different language altogether. They have a Maithili. So this very important point have been brought in, important points have been brought in by the group. The language is very important when we're going for assessment. Otherwise, they will say something, we will do something else. We will understand something else and our report would be something. So this is the classical fault which is happening all over. Like any disaster, if you see the disasters, whether it's Kerala flood or Fani or any disaster which had happened and which had been assessed, you will find if you have you've been able to collect 10 reports, you will find 10 different data about the losses and also about the number of deaths and also number of affected people. And similarly on the requirements of the different sectoral assessments. So how to synchronize these discrepancies can be avoided. So can we have a kind of one agency is doing all would be enough, or the several agencies doing would be also enough. That need to be looked into as a public policy framework when the state government is intervening, whether if the World Bank is doing, that should be taken as a kind of a, most of the assessment as a kind of a, they do the damage assessment also, and the PDNA. If the UN agencies are involved, they have the different languages, understanding, and the formats. When the civil society groups undertake that peer assessment. So let us look at all the assessment formats and avoid going again and again to the people, as has been brought in by the assessment team also, that every time if the 10 groups then are funded by different agencies, they go differently. Suppose it is funded by UNICEF, they will go and see, look at the, they will look at the concerns which UNICEF has. Similarly, if it is by UNDP, they will jot down the concerns which they have. So different agencies have different concerns. So now that we are, that probably have been kind of addressed because of the multi-sectoral team are putting together and they are going together. So that is now avoided. But for a capacity building program, whatever the modules which NIDM has developed, we need to look at and revisit again in the context of the assessment which you have made. We are open for discussion and also taking this to the, but finally I would make a remark that we need to identify that who would be the assessors at the local level and whose capacity to be built. This is very, very important to be noted. At the local level, we have to kind of filter it out, that who would be the, whether university would be the right choice, where they have a multi-sectoral team, they have a multi-sectoral department, where we can pick up those people who can undertake these challenges. Every state has a larger number of universities. We can pick up from 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5 universities, and we can make a team. The second very important thing is to look at the point which we say that the government officials, I said that every sector has to be having coordination with each other. So how that state government department, once capacity built, is capacity lost also because of the frequent transfer. Or if 3 years or 4 years, no disaster taken place, that would be a challenge also. That in the 5th disaster, probably nobody is there to do the assessment. So how the continuum we maintain. And so we have to very clearly filter it out, that who would be the possible players along with us, that who would be doing this job for the states who that has the validity, and also whether we are doing it for the just for the relief distribution kind of. I remember, I will tell you one small quick anecdote. When at that time I was working with the SARC Disaster Management Center, and when the Nepal earthquake took place, I swung into action as a kind of a director SARC and went and to Kathmandu and met the first Disaster Man Authority Vice Chairman there. So when I was meeting and I was proposing to have a quick framework for long-term recovery with the immediate recovery programs. And he asked about the tools, what we would be applying and how it would be done. So we typically we propose one, that PDNA, and one is the immediate kind of a situational report which to be done. And then he said one very important thing which I would like to share. He said that PDNA is fine, damage assessment is fine, but we don't have much time, like 20 days to invest for the PDNA processes, because they wanted to have, because in the month of June they had, in March happened, and June they had this multi-donor meeting where they wanted to submit and share this report of the assessment. So he very emphatically mentioned that can be based on technology, we can develop certain tools which will have transparency, which will have accessibility also, because it was in the mountain area. So they said that where people cannot go, and right now we cannot provide access, so that technology can be used, whether in the form of satellite or any. So that challenge he posed. And then immediately, this was a very, very kind of a relevant to the state who are looking for such kind of a support from agencies like us. So we looked with the other partners, and that we talked to UNESCAP, and and other USFS and all others agencies and the World Bank and ADB. So immediately UNSCAP came forward, and we, SARC Center and all, immediately develop a tool called Rapid Assessment. So that tool is also available, which you can see when we are reviewing all types of tools and formats which are available, and where that is a very technology-driven assessment tool, which called is a rapid assessment tool. Then go over the pDNA. Both are complementary to each other. It's not as a kind of duplication or competing with each other. And what you are doing, it's all be put together. You can form a working group, and that working group can see this. One is what is to be taken to the states at the local level, and who would be taking it at the local level, and what is to be told to them and the capacity building programs. And in how many years we can finish this agenda with all the 32, or if to start with the high frequency states who are like flood prone states in the assessment kind of, and then you can have a priority because the resources are limited. We cannot go all out in all 32 states or whatever, which we have the limited resources we can. So this is how I would suggest. But one supplementary module must be on the sensitiveness to the social issues. We must have into a kind of our pDNA. This has kind of a really requirement of the day. And if we will not do, we will have insensitive report all the time to come. Thank you, Vikrant, and giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Very helpful. Maybe we will take few questions, though I also have in my mind, but I will invite first from the group here and also online in the Zoom. You can put up a question in the WhatsApp chat and sorry, the chat over there. We can pick it up. Yeah. Or you can raise your hand and we can let you ask your question. Anybody here want to ask something?
कोई सवाल नहीं लग रहा है विक्रांत?
नहीं सर, मेरे पास तो हैं. Anyone there in the Zoom? Yes.
Yeah, my name is Parmeshwar Rao. I'm a mechanical engineer, but expertise in IT. Work from different IT technologies through my RINL, Visakhapatnam Steel Plant versus Sprint Telecom and other stuff. Okay, the question is, sir, then you are talking about the tools and technologies. Nowadays, everybody talking about artificial intelligence, robotic process automation, blockchain, this chain, that chain. I know. I prefer look at some of the tools. Possibly, I will shoot an email maybe within end of today. Then AI, artificial intelligence is one of the best platform where you can collaborate with many other organizations, even Government of India. I think you might be heard through Modi ji talking about blockchain, artificial intelligence, robotic process automation, big data analytics. The access is available, but somebody should be dedicated from our team. Then this is one of the best platform. I think within 30 days time, we can come up with some tool which is accessible free through the World Bank or any bank. Okay, then I'm going to volunteer for some time, and for sure I will get with some model. Before that, I wanted to review what kind of tools we have accessible to now. Then we can go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for volunteering also. Sir, do you want to respond to it?
Yeah, just one thing. What we say that what we feel that technology is very important, and it is the time to review that what is available with us. We at NIDM also try to develop a web-based assessment system to have a technology so that any state who gets affected, they can fill the data from there itself, and you can have a kind of a data of losses and the requirement and the need also at the same point of time. It's a very fast one. The format is there that one can look at, but this idea is to how to actually go into action, take it further. So that is available. So I'm very happy to note that many technological support are coming from the volunteers. And as mechanical engineers, maybe many people who are working in AI and business intelligence and big data, they all can also join. But this is very important. But one thing which I would say, we should not get imprisoned with the technology itself, the idea of technology, because that is good for assessment, faster speed, and reaching out to the unreached places. But should not lose the human values into it. Because disaster is a very, very connected with the lives of the people. So the priority should be people, and then support would be from the technology.
Exactly. So it can certainly be supplement and speed up some of the analysis. So I think we should look at that option, and artificial intelligence can also look at some kind of forecasting modeling around that. My colleague Peniel on the Zoom has raised his hand. So Peniel, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Vikrant. Two real very important aspects that Professor Santosh has highlighted is like the social issues. I work currently in the hills. I find it is even beyond that. Sometimes in the hills, Northeast, every next hill has a different language and different culture. It's very difficult to do the assessment, So that is one thing, the social issues is one. And the second thing is if there is any module, training module already present with NIDM on addressing this behavioral aspects, would be very glad to have a look at them. Or if there is any training and we can involve ourselves in getting trained so that we can train the local communities on this aspect. Thank you.
I think we can combine the kind of training program which we have. Like we say that social issues, we say gender issues. Many programs with the civil society groups are also having. We have to see that how to customize for the assessor. We have many programs. We don't have to actually reinvent the wheel. The idea is to collate those information and modules which we have and take out from, like suppose we are doing it in Bihar. Bihar social cultural reality is different than the hills. And that should be seen in the perspective of the hills. One size fit to all will not work. Like say that somebody said that they speak Bhutia language, but the typical culture is also different in Pahar. So that we have to acknowledge. That sensitiveness is required with the assessor. If we are going to Kerala and if we are going to Jammu and Kashmir. So India is very diverse. So, but the fundamental which cuts across all the state, that would be the minimum non-negotiable, and some we would add specific to this state. And that the first is to be, we say that human quality is the first priority in the assessor, being humane, and to understand and appreciate the social reality. It's not that if I'm a man, I'm superior. If I'm a woman assessor, I'm inferior. Or what if I'm not read technology, I'm inferior. That kind of a sensitization process is needed, where we can think that compassion is the much more important, which transact everything. So that probably we have to have in the module. So our programs on different, we have a psychosocial care module, we have gender sensitiveness, we have inclusiveness, we have child-centric sensitiveness, DRR. So all these are happening, but those are also very difficult to take in the multicultural environment in India. So, and multi-language also, multi-practices also. So we have to be very, very careful in designing and customizing state-wise kind of. Maybe one Pahad is not also the same. If you go to the Meghalaya and go to Nagaland, it's different practices. So we have to have, but we cannot say that it will take time or it will waste our energy. And no, if we are transforming the whole process, let us work harder in the preparation. And I'm very optimist that let us give certain the future generation who are going to adopt as an assessor, who are going to come in this, they should get the best of the things, not the biased thing.
Thank you. So there's one more question for you.
नमस्ते, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि आपने ह्यूमन प्रोसेसेस को यहाँ पे जगह दी। और मैं ठीक है, मैं साइक्लोन सर्वाइवर्स के साथ काम कर रही थी। आई एम अ बिहेवियरल प्रोसेस फैसिलिटेटर। और वहाँ पे निमहांस के भी कुछ लोग थे जो कि बच्चों के स्पिरिट को कैसे हम रिवाइव करें, जो उनका बचपना है, जो उनका जीवन है, उसको कैसे वापस लाएं। तो ये असेसमेंट जब हम करते हैं, जैसे आपने बहुत सही कहा कि हमारे असेसमेंट के प्रोसेसेस में डायमेंशंस ऑफ ह्यूमन एस्पेक्ट्स वो गायब हो जाता है, इवन द असेसर। तो इसके लिए जब हम, आपने कहा कि एक रैपिड असेसमेंट होता है जब आप गए थे नेपाल, तो इन सब डायमेंशंस में हम क्या ह्यूमन डायमेंशंस को असेस करने के पैरामीटर्स को रखते हैं, देखते हैं, या कितने दूर तक लेकर जाते हैं, उसका कोई टाइम होता है, कोई स्पेस होता है? तो वो मेरा एक सवाल है। और दूसरा है कि जो असेसर हैं, जो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग की हम बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें आपने सही कहा कि हमें ये जो सोशल इश्यूज हैं, इसको हम खुद से अलग करके कैसे देख सकते हैं? वो तो नहीं देख सकते हैं। तो सबसे पहला सवाल है कि हम कौन हैं और किस आइडेंटिटी से हम काम कर रहे हैं। तो कैसे वो जो आइडेंटिटी से काम कर रहे हैं उसको कैसे हम डिसॉल्व करके एज एन असेसर संवेदनशीलता कहाँ से लाएं? तो वो एस्पेक्ट जो है, मुझे लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं हम मिस कर देते हैं। तो वेदना से जुड़ते नहीं है तो संवेदना कहाँ से लाएं? तो मुझे लगता है कि यहाँ पे हमें काम करने की बहुत ज़रूरत है। और जहाँ भी मैं गई हूँ वहाँ पे मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत बड़ा मिसिंग लिंक है, नहीं तो बहुत टेक्निकल और मैकेनिकल वे में हम काम कर लेते हैं। तो आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि आपने ये बात रखी। थैंक यू। मेरा नाम स्मृति है।
सर, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
नहीं, मैं वही कह रहा था, इन्होंने बहुत अच्छी बात कही है कि, और उन्हें दोहराया है कि वेदना नहीं है तो संवेदना कैसे होगी। और ये हमारा हमेशा मिसिंग लिंक है। आप इसमें, मुझे लग रहा है मैं खुद को दोषी भी मानता हूँ और जो हमारे सहयोगी हैं उनको भी दोषी मानता हूँ, क्योंकि एक्सेप्ट करने में कोई हर्ज नहीं है, क्योंकि हम लोगों ने आपदा प्रबंधन को बड़े मैकेनिकल तरीके से देखा है। इसका जो लेंस है वो बहुत ही मैकेनिकल है ह्यूमैनिटेरियन इश्यूज, लेकिन हम देखते हैं इन ह्यूमैनिटेरियन और मोर ऑफ अ मैकेनिकल इश्यूज की तरह। और क्योंकि इसमें सभी को बहुत जल्दी रहती है, जल्दीबाजी रहती है, टाइम एक कंस्ट्रेंट रहता है। गवर्नेंस के पास वो टाइम नहीं रहता है। जिस समय ये चैलेंजेस आपदाएं होती हैं तो गवर्नेंस हमेशा एक हड़बड़ी में रहती है कि जल्दी लोगों के लाइफ को सिक्योर करना है। अगर आप बात करें उस समय के, अगर डायलॉग को आप अगर रिकॉल करें जो आपके अधिकारियों से या समाज के जो लोग हैं जो उस तरह इसको इन्फ्लुएंस करते हैं पूरे प्रोसेस को, उसमें आप देखें कि जल्दीबाजी एक बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है और जल्दीबाजी इज द एनिमी ऑफ द गुड। तो जो संवेदनशीलता को ख़त्म करता है। और ये हमें देखना पड़ेगा कि मैकेनिकल और रैपिड का एक रोल है और दूसरा जो रोल है संवेदना को, क्योंकि ये सारी प्रक्रिया हम किसके लिए कर रहे हैं? मूल रूप से ये बिल्डिंग बनाने की प्रक्रिया है या फिर जो सड़कें टूटी हैं उसकी प्रक्रिया है, या व्यक्ति जो टूटा है उसको फिर से रिबिल्ड करने की प्रक्रिया है। उसमें मान और सम्मान किससे पुनर्जीवित कर सकते हैं, ये उसकी भी प्रक्रिया है। वो अगर कर लेते हैं तो सभी अपने जीवन को ठीक कर सकता है। तो इसका जो मूल पैराडाइम शिफ्ट होना चाहिए असेसमेंट का, मुझे लगता है कि मानव और मानव से संबंधित जो कृत्य है, जो व्यक्ति करता है और जिसमें वो खुशी उसको मिलती है उसको पहले रिस्टोर करने की आवश्यकता है और उसको इस रिहैबिलिटेशन प्रोसेस में, असेसमेंट प्रोसेस में लाने की आवश्यकता है। मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूँ, मैं 99 सुपर साइक्लोन उड़ीसा के जब असेसमेंट हुआ था और उस पर परिचर्चा चल, मैं बहुत पुरानी बात कर रहा हूँ, अब तो चीज़ें बहुत बदल गई हैं तब की बात, लेकिन ये महत्वपूर्ण है। जब छोटे बच्चों से बात कर रहा था, उसमें बहुत सारे बच्चे ऑर्फेंस हुए हैं। अब ऑर्फेंस बच्चे हैं जिनके पास न उनके पास माँ है न पिता है और उनके ड्रीम्स खत्म हो गए हैं। जो एक दिन पहले वो सपना देख रहे थे, वो सपना बिखर गया है। इस बिखरते हुए सपनों में कैसे हम जोड़ें उनको, उनके लिए क्या प्रक्रिया होनी चाहिए असेसमेंट को, और आज तक हम उसके बाद कोई टाइमलाइन स्टडी नहीं कर पाए कि 99 साइक्लोन में जो बच्चे जिस तरह के ड्रीम्स को देख रहे थे, आज वो कहाँ हैं। आज वो एक बड़े युवा होंगे, कहीं कार्य करे होंगे, कोई अधिकारी भी बने होंगे, कहीं भी होंगे, उनकी लाइफ गई होगी। लेकिन एक इस तरह के असेसमेंट में जब हम बात करते हैं तो एक उस तरह का प्रावधान होना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम संवेदनशीलता इस भागती दौड़ती जिंदगी में उसके मानव की खुशबू ही खो दिए हैं। उसको रिस्टोर करने का एक बहुत बड़ा ये टूल है जो मुझे लगता है कि इसमें रीवर्क करके इसको जोड़ने की आवश्यकता है। मानव विहीन और मानव की संवेदना जो उनका वेदना और संवेदना का जो मिक्स है, वो उसको बिना लाए तो हो ही नहीं सकता। बाकी तो ब्रिक्स एंड मोटर्स तो आप कर ही सकते हैं, हम लोग करते हैं, मैकेनिकल रिकवरी हो जाती है, लेकिन सोशल रिकवरी और ह्यूमन रिकवरी छूट जाती है कई पीछे। और ये एक डिजास्टर के बाद दूसरे डिजास्टर में फिर हम अपने अपने लाइफस्टाइल में बिजी हो जाते हैं। तो ये मुझे लगता है ये टाइम है कि जब हम 2022 में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं और 75वां जो हमारा स्वतंत्रता दिवस है, और तो इसमें एक नए विजन के रूप में हम असेसमेंट को भी रीडिफाइनिंग असेसमेंट कर सकते हैं।
Certainly, sir. And I see some more hands now. Divya.
Sir, my name is Divya Gupta. I'm working as a manager IAC with Sphere India. So, sir, I would like to understand, while we are talking about these all challenges, like to understand the local scenario, local geography, accessibility issues are there, language issues are there, and also to understand the sensitivity and behave as a humanitarian professional, not as a just doing something manually there. So, sir, in this whole thing, are we also looking Apada Mitra and other volunteers as one of the solutions for to overcome with these kind of challenges? And if yes, what are the course of action you are planning to engage them and integrate them with this whole exercise of assessment?
देखिए आपके
सर, दिस वाज आल्सो द क्वेश्चन ऑन माय माइंड व्हेन आई सेड कि आई डू हैव क्वेश्चन. सो आप भी बार-बार कह रहे हैं कि वी हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई हु कैन बी असेसर्स. सो डू यू हैव आंसर फॉर दिस सर? आल्सो टेल अस कि हु कैन बी असेसर्स.
मैं विक्रांत, आई वाज लुकिंग फॉर इट दैट कि मैं स्ट्रगल कर रहा हूँ पिछले 2-3 साल से, और पहले जो चरण में और फर्स्ट स्टेज में व्हाट वी डिड, we started with the government officials. So we went to the state to state and looked for the government officials who are different sectoral officers who can do that, their responsibilities to do the assessment when disaster strikes. But they wanted to change that into converting them from the memorandum to the post-disaster need assessment kind of a thing. So that transition, but to be done by the government officials alone. But over the years, like after 2-3 years, I was thinking that probably this is not the right way to, this could be one way of doing, but we need to spread on the assessor also. The second line of thinking went on, and we thought that what universities are doing when it comes to disaster in these states. And most of the states are well equipped with a large number of universities, technical institutions, they have engineering institutions. So how to bring them on the board as an assessor in that disaster management? Like they have a multi-sectoral department, so that department people will come and will work with the government and do that. Because अभी क्या होता है कि अभी जो हमारे assessor हैं वो outside हम लोग जाते हैं बाहर से और बाहर के करके आ जाते हैं. लेकिन how to have a insiders, like insider man state say, we can facilitate them, but largely with the people. तो second thought में मुझे universities and civil society groups आए. यूनिवर्सिटी को इसलिए मैं सोचा कि वहाँ पे ज़्यादातर फैकल्टी जो ज्वाइन करती हैं दे कंटिन्यू फॉर लॉन्गर पीरियड, सो एक इंस्टीट्यूशनल मेमोरी ऑफ एंड इंस्टीट्यूशनल कैपेसिटी बरकरार रहती है. लेकिन उनके अलावा उनका काम दूसरा है, लेकिन दे कैन सपोर्ट विद दिस एज एन एडिशनल. तो दिस वाज द सेकंड थॉट. एंड थर्ड, जो आपका जो एजेंसी ग्रुप है, जो आपके यहाँ सिविल सोसाइटी ग्रुप है, वो काम करती हैं असेसमेंट का. Those disaster management professionals हैं, वो कहीं से आ रहे हैं, तो और they are working in different organizations, how to pool them. लेकिन अभी उसमें एक ये बात आ रही थी, जो उन्होंने एक बात कही कि पंचायत को कैसे engage कर सकते हैं असेसमेंट में. तो मुझे ये लगा कि पंचायत का जो पूरा प्रोफाइल है, वो उस प्रोफाइल में इस तरह के जो मैकेनिकल टूल्स बने हैं, उसको किस तरह से वो अप्रिसिएट कर पाएंगे, वो भी एक चैलेंज है. कि उनसे अगर डायलॉग करके, मैंने अभी तक तो देखा नहीं पंचायत से इस पे पीडीएनए के प्रोसेस में, जब असेसमेंट जब पूछने जाते हैं फील्ड में तब हमने देखा है, लेकिन एज ए डूअर मैंने कभी उस तरह से मैंने सोचा नहीं. तो आई एक्सेप्ट माई दिस थिंग दैट आई हैव नॉट बीन एबल टू, बट दैट कुड बी ऑल्सो एज ए पोटेंशियल असेसर. बट उनकी कैपेसिटी उतनी पंचायत की नहीं है, एक पंचायत से नहीं होगा, हो सकता है वी हैव टू एंगेज 10 पंचायत 20 पंचायत टू डू दैट. बट एक पंचायत से दूसरे पंचायत में जब लोग जाते हैं तो फिर वो थोड़ा सा पॉलिटिकल बाउंड्रीज का एक इशू आता है कि पंचायत इज इलेक्टेड बॉडी, सो इलेक्टेड बॉडी में उनके अलग नुआंसेस हैं कि हु इज इंटरफेयरिंग इन हूम. तो आपका जो मेन मुद्दा है वो शायद पीछे रह जाए. ये एप्रीहेंशन है, कोई ज़रूरी नहीं कि ये सत्य भी हो, लेकिन एक एप्रीहेंशन है जो हम लोगों ने फील्ड में देखा है उसके हिसाब से, कि उनको हम कैसे इंगेज कर सकते हैं लोकल लेवल पे. प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स का हमेशा ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर कहते हैं कि गो टू द लोकल लेवल ऑन एवरी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग. तो द लोकल्स को हम थोड़ा सा, वी नीड टू वर्क टुगेदर फॉर आइडेंटिफाइंग दैट हु कुड बी द पॉसिबल लोकल्स. जो अभी मेरे माइंड में था वो मैंने शेयर किया. और एक जो अभी हमारे मित्र ने भी कहा, आपदा मित्र कुड बी अ पॉसिबल. मुझे थोड़ा सा एक वर्ड से, मुझे आपदा मित्र की जो पूरी जो कॉइनेज है ना, उससे मुझे थोड़ा सा बेचैनी है मेरे अंदर, क्योंकि हमेशा हम लोग मित्र कह देते हैं, सहेली नहीं कह पाते हैं. सहेली को अडॉप्ट करना बड़ा हमारे लिए चैलेंजिंग लगता है स्टीरियोटाइप में. हमेशा पुरुष प्रधान देश में पुरुष के नाम के ही क्रोनोलॉजी, टर्मिनोलॉजी, कॉइनेजेस, ये सब साइनेजेस, सारी चीजें हम वैसे ही बनाते हैं. जब हम ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव पे सोच रहे हैं तो थोड़ा सा परिवर्तन भी सोचे. सहेली कह के भी आगे बढ़ सकते हैं और ये एक अच्छा ऑप्शन हो सकता है, और उसमें हो सकता है आपका मित्र में महिलाएं भी हों, पुरुष भी हों, लेकिन हम मित्र को ही क्यों हम इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज करें, सहेली को क्यों नहीं इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज कर सकते. तो ये भी एक प्रश्न है जो हम कह रहे थे, संवेदना कैसे आएगी, वेदना कैसे आएगी, सेंसिटिवनेस कैसे आएगी. वो एक इशू है हमारे देश में, क्योंकि अभी आप देखिए पोस्टर में भी जो एसेसर का लगा हुआ है ना, उसमें मेल का फोटोग्राफ दिख रहा है मुझे, तो एक दूसरी तरफ महिला का भी लग सकता था. लेकिन ये कह सकते हैं कि ये तो जस्ट एक जेस्चरल है, लेकिन ये स्टीरियोटाइप करता है हमारे इमेजेस को. तो ये सब छोटी छोटी चीजें हैं, लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण चीजें हैं. तो इसमें हाउ वी रीइंफोर्सेस आवर ओन थिंग, सो विद दैट वी नीड टू ब्रेक. एंड सो इसलिए मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि एक नए टाइम आया है और ये बहुत अच्छी आपने शुरुआत की है. Let us work together and find out the possible. मैं इसलिए बार बार ये कह रहा हूँ विक्रांत, आई एम फोर्सिंग टू से अगेन एंड रिपीटिंग द सेम थिंग. हमारी जो पूरी साहित्य है आपदा प्रबंधन की, जिसको पढ़ के हम बड़े हो रहे हैं, हमारा नया जनरेशन भी, चाहे वो किसी भी संस्थान से पास आउट होके आ रहा है, बहुत मैकेनिकल विषय के रूप में इसको देखा गया. कोई भी किताब बहुत ऐसे इस तरह के नहीं जहाँ पे ह्यूमन टच को ज्यादा फोकस किया गया, अनलेस एंड अनटिल जब आप कोई सोशोलॉजिस्ट कोई किताब इसमें लिख रहा हो, कोई अर्थशास्त्री लिख रहा हो, या कोई साइको सोशल एक्सपर्ट्स लिख रहा है. लेकिन मूल रूप से जो आपदा प्रबंधन के साहित्य को भी बदलना होगा, क्योंकि ये बहुत ही स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेशनल प्रोसीजर से डोमिनेटेड है, बहुत ही स्ट्रक्चरल फोकस रहा है. तो मुझे लगता है साथ साथ एक तरफ से केवल यहाँ बदलने से नहीं होगा कि हम यहाँ से शुरुआत करेंगे, ह्यूमैनिटेरियन असेसर को केवल बदल दें और बाकी चीज़ें तो एक होलिस्टिक कन्वर्जन की आवश्यकता है.
Certainly, sir. Thank you so much. I think very useful session. Really very insightful listening to you. We will definitely synergize immediately, as soon as possible with our plans for 2022. In fact, some discussion I've already had with the ED and IDM, and we have got certain common thing on the calendar also. So definitely we should synergize and take these ideas together. And as you said, I think the re-emphasizing the word on sensitivity, Samvedna ke saath mein, and we'll walk together. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
The opportunity. It was a wonderful learning experience. Thank you.
Thank you. And with this, I think it's time for us to break for lunch. Okay. 150? Okay. Okay. Sure. So for our colleagues on the Zoom also, we will resume our session. We people can be online only, but we will resume our session at 1:50. There's a lunch available here. You people can also have your lunch there. Sorry, we can't provide you lunch over there. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And I'll request everybody to please stay back. Generally, my experience of this workshop is that attendance, falls short after the lunch. And also for the online participants, please come back after your lunch. We have some interesting discussions ahead also. Yeah.
Yeah, as informed, we will be coming back by 1:50, 1:50. So requesting all to have your lunch, take a break, refresh yourself, and get back with us by 1:50. So, see ya, guys.
that we will be starting the session in another 2-3 minutes. Sorry. Okay. Okay, this is to announce that we are starting the session, resuming the session again for the post-lunch technical sessions. So we have 2 sessions lined up. One is on the multi-sector coordination processes and challenges and the way forward, and subsequently followed by working with the government. What is it that we have already achieved this year in terms of our association with the government, and what is the vision of how we want to take it forward. So again, requesting the participants who have not joined us, who are still outside in the lounge, to please come inside. Can someone give a reminder? Varsha, can you please? After a very insightful session, forenoon session on assessment tools and processes, where Professor Santosh also shared his insights, and it was a very, very action-packed session with some group activities and the inputs and debriefing. So we have with us in this technical session on multi-sector coordination, Professor Anil Gupta from NIDM, who has been instrumental in supporting us for rolling out the multi-sector coordination handbooks in some 6 states after an initial national launch in October. So we've been successfully rolled this out. Yeah, okay. So we have with us in this technical session some of our technical experts like Sarabjit Singh Sahota, who will be taking us through the entire process and the vision of what is to be achieved through this and how to institutionalize emergency preparedness and response in our usual programs. So through which will be our next way forward. So he'll be giving more insights on this. Since Professor Gupta will be here between 2 and 2:15, 2 to 2:15, he has to get into another session. So we will, I would request Sarabjit sir to kindly set the tone of this session, and subsequently we can hear from Professor Gupta as well. Over to you, Sarabjit sir.
This session is about, we call it about coordination, but I think I would call it about sharpening of our tools. Since morning, we've been talking about tools. So in this particular session, we're going to look at one particular tool, which we have developed under the leadership of NIDM. So before I speak and give my perspective, I would like to invite Professor Gupta to give his perspective on the coordination handbooks, the 6 sector coordination handbooks which we developed along with NIDM. Particularly, we would love to hear about your vision, means NIDM's vision on promoting sectoral coordination. And what do you want us to do in next year or coming years? So any particular action agenda which you may like to set? So over to you, Anilji.
Thank you. A very good afternoon. And this is post lunch session. So many in the India Habitat Center, after a long time, we are able to have this kind of face-to-face events. But I am joining here from the state of Kerala, Trivandrum, where in fact, I am coordinating a capacity building program on climate resilient infrastructure here. But today's program being organized by this coalition of various institutions on disaster response and relief, Sphere India, UNICEF, and many others. This is a very, very, I would say, strategically important occasion. Sarabjit ji, my dear friend, and I have been always learning a lot from his experience on the ground. See these handbooks and the sectoral guidelines, and based on that, the sectoral coordination modules all have been developed based on a long ground experience, particularly dealing with disasters, dealing with post-disaster situations, also while learning the post-disaster assessments, maybe under the PDNA or the similar kind of things from various angles. So this workshop where we are discussing about the mechanisms and then also the processes and the way forward. I think my deliberation next few minutes here, I am going to share some of the expectations as it has been Sarabjit ji also reflected upon. I would first relate it with the national agenda or the national priorities set by the country for promoting the cause of disaster risk reduction and response. So the Prime Minister's 10-point agenda on disaster management. So item 8 is on developing local capacities. And so that is very, very important, because whatever we are talking and putting into our plans and policies at international level, then national level or state level, ultimate realization of the impacts of these policies during disasters will depend on how are we well coordinated, well in advance. So this is important, well coordinated, well in advance. And how do we develop the competencies within ourselves to deal with a diversity of the actors that play their roles during disasters. Maybe coming across various sectors, coming across various cultures, coming across various, sometimes even the differences in languages, differences in cultures. But whenever there any kind of major emergency, we will have to work together. So that is important. So during disasters, what is important as for response, that the key resources at local level, and then the skills, because resources can be mobilized even the distant places. But here we also have the concept of golden hour. So few hours to days. I think that is very important in disaster management, particularly the emergency or the crisis phase. So time is very important. Then coordination, and all this putting into some kind of a planning framework. So that has been the realization and kind of a thought process behind this process of developing sectoral guidelines, and based on that developing modules and launching these modules. As we all know, and I must compliment also Sphere India. When I say Sphere India, so it is not only one organization, but it is a large number of organizations represented under one umbrella. So that is a coalition. And certainly the important partners like UNICEF and others. And we are also working very closely, and IDM is also working very closely. So this implicitly reflects that when there are a number of organizations at all the levels, the first thing, very first thing and most crucial thing would be the need of coordination. But not only at the higher policy level or planning level or the capacity building. When there is an actual emergency on the ground, how do we coordinate to make our response effective? This will also will have a direct relationship to assess or to determine the level of success, because we are also undertaking a study jointly with the Sphere India and a few other members to understand the root causes of damages and losses during disasters. I think that gives a very important insight that sometimes you have the resources, sometimes you have the people, sometimes you have the agencies, but maybe the temporal issues. So time, what time it is available or not, what location it is available or not, and then the combination of various resources and many other factors. I think that can help determine whether what will be the success level of the efforts that we put in our emergency response, including search and rescue, and then the early relief kind of things. So this coordination is also very important from the point of view of, I would say, that creating the impact of resource, impact of response. So like the very purpose of response is to saving life, reducing morbidities or injuries, and also to some extent, the best extent that possible, that saving the loss of property and the key resources also. So that is important. Here I would also like to refer to some kind of a forensic understanding, that going back, that something has happened, and when we look back, we find that the issues that emerged as one of the critical aspects was the communication between various actors, the sharing of the knowledge, or the issues of accountability and responsibility, and whether they had some kind of a written plan or only a verbal plan, or whether they at all had any kind of prudent plan or not. So these kind of aspects are very much a part of this coordination based approach that we are trying to promote, and the Sphere along with the partners has been working on this based on the essence here to see that what is the effectiveness of early warning system. So maybe the central agencies are issuing the early warning, but its effectiveness would also depend the capacity of the local actors or the local agencies to have the understanding to be able to translate those in terms of the possible impacts or the probability of the impacts or the size of impacts, are also foreseeing some kind of a consequence. So the early warning systems, then the capacities, communication, like last mile connectivity that we talk particularly in cyclone, but with the other disasters also. So I think that is important, that even though the resources are there, they can be best utilized, their benefit can be taken best when we have an effective coordination mechanism. Then preparedness to use certain things. So things are there, but are we really able to use those in a correct proportion, in a correct place, in a correct time. I think these are important. So I am very happy to be part of this deliberation, and we had piloted in some of the states these modules, and we found very encouraging response and participation. And this is also important in the point that in the country we have a national disaster response force, and then we are asking the states to come up with a state disaster response force. But the disasters are coming in a wide diversity, and many times the disastrous forms take place without sometimes there's no adequate time. So local resources and local agencies under the CBOs, NGOs, and the people who are closely working with the communities are in other way, they are part of the communities, they are members of the communities. I think they are the most important and crucial resources, and which are represented as the various agencies which are associated. Then the range of volunteers are also associated. So this is somehow would be highly complementary to the national government's efforts or the state government's efforts to strengthen preparedness and response efforts. And in the past disasters also, we have seen that the role of the CVOs, NGOs, civil society organizations, volunteers have been very effective, very important also, because of their connect with the community, because of the kind of a mutual trust they have, and also their connect with the government. So the next level expectations with Sphere India, Coalition, UNICEF, and others, basically there are 2-3 points where I see that how it can be promoted further. So now these sectoral guidelines have come, and on the other hand, they under the government system we have a hierarchical planning approach. Like at the district level, we have the disaster management plan at DDMP. Then we are also promoting that integrating disaster management plan at the Gram Panchayat level, so GPDP. Then at local level, like the ULBs, urban local bodies, also we are asking that they should come up with a disaster management plan. Then on the other hand, even in industrial areas, the industrial estate or industrial associations are also coming up with these kind of plans. Beside this, at the state level, we are also asking for coming up with sectoral disaster management plan. At the country level, we have come up with a few ministries preparing their the plan of that particular sector held by the ministry. Some of the states also have come up with a state disaster management plan for various departments. If I can give a few examples from Gujarat, Odisha, Himachal, and few other states also. So to a small exercise, but strategically very important, that where this knowledge that we have generated and this approach of skill development, approach of competency building or capacity development under these sectoral guidelines and sectoral modules fits in and strengthens those plans and implementation of those plans. I think this is one very important thing that that we can look at it. Second thing, the capacity building efforts are also being done by various institutions. Like in some places we have the state district level units also, like SIRDs, the State Institute of Rural Development have some state district level training institutes also. We have state administrative training institutes or disaster management institutes. Then NIDM is there. Then various sectoral institutions, like every sector may have some sectoral training institutes. They're also conducting training program. So how these sectoral guidelines or sectoral handbooks can go hand in hand with the other sectoral efforts of developing capacities to effectively respond, or first I would say that be effectively prepared and then effectively respond, so overall reducing the loss and damages. So these are 2 points, and the third point that comes to my mind, that we start looking at the sectoral the coordination mechanisms at local level to be an effective means for supporting the PDNA process. I think we'll need to look at the Kerala experience, the Kerala flood experience, where a large number of institutions were associated, so that the PDNA was very fast process. So that is another thing, that how these sectoral the interagency coordination groups can also be good tools to have actually the real feel of the communities, are real the ground level information collection, are a regular feedback mechanisms, that whatever efforts are being done, are we really seeing some change? So that is important. So this is a kind of thing that I am looking at. And then having 3-level packaging, like 1 level for policy level, these sectoral guidelines and sectoral modules. Can we think of a 1-day capsule for senior people? Then can we think of a 2-day capsule or 2-day module for the middle level people in the government, or on the other hand in the civil society? And then they actually who are people who are working. So as on now, we conducted all the programs for 3 days or 2 days. So can we think of some other models also, so that more and more people can be associated and take the benefit of these modules? So with this, I extend my best wishes and the congratulations and greetings to all, because I am really very happy and very pleased to be the part of this this exercise. And this coalition has really come up like a real effective organization, working closely with government, and on the other hand working closely with the community. So thank you very much, and for inviting me for some of my thoughts. And over to you, my dear Sarabjit ji and Madam Dr. Hena.
Thank you, Anil ji. Yeah, a big round of applause for Anil ji, particularly for the fact that he outlined very clearly where do we need to go. So Vikrant, we need to be testing these handbooks for, are they helping us in preparing effectively? Us means the line departments, because we are talking about sectoral preparedness, and the other actors. I'm going to today speak about those others a little more, because coordination means getting everyone involved. And second is, are we able to collectively respond better? So coordinated action. So going beyond coordination as a mechanism to coordinated action. So I think excellent inputs, Anil ji. And you also spoke about that we can package the capacity building and the perspective building work into three levels. And I think Vikrant, you have noted that. I've noted it. So just for the benefit of all of us, we're going to run this session in the following manner. I'll speak a little bit, 2 slides I'll present. I'll set the agenda. Then we will invite Divya.
So Sarabjit ji, I would request your permission to switch to other meeting.
Wonderful, sir. No worries. Look forward to listening to you again on one of these days. And of course, I'm coming to NIDM soon. Thank you. Maybe he's already done. I mean, 2:15, he was supposed to go to another meeting. So we'll take the questions a little later. First of all, we will listen to Divya, who will bring together all the experiences of coordination and coordinated action from across the country, including the development of these handbooks. Then we will listen to 2 stalwarts who've been part of the making of these handbooks. So I'll invite Ilya Jafar, then maybe Blesson, if you can also speak a little bit, or if you have any particular feedback or a lesson to be shared with us. And finally, I think we have Anjan Bagh on online. So Anjan, be prepared to come up with your 2 minutes elevator speech. And just for your interest, Anjan represents Caritas as a head of disaster, whatever. And this year they got the award called Healthgiri, Healthgiri Award. So I think it'll be opportune to listen to engine as well. So can I have my slides up there? Now, I'm going to speak about another aspect, which is a lesson from the COVID response. So I think what have we learned as UNICEF on COVID response? So when the COVID, can you go to the next slide? During the 2020, particularly, when the first wave struck us, the whole health system was responding to COVID crisis. And we found that children, women, they were not getting any service. All the services were discontinued. So continuity of services for children, women was a huge task, and we were grappling with. I mean, we had no answer. That how do you find that attention for the child who's dealing with the childhood illnesses, or women who needs timely support for antenatal care or postnatal care or whatever. So all these time critical services. So we came up with this idea and we implemented it, and I thought it is important for us to share. So what we have learned is that when we talk about system, we think about government system. And I think that is a limitation which we found, that government system was busy with handling the COVID crisis. So where do you find that additional capacity to respond to children, their routine needs? And children can't wait. If a woman is in labor, she needs attention there and then. And that was not available. So we saw that there are a number of others, communities of practice, particularly, who could help government deliver on its responsibility. Ultimately, providing services to women and children is government's responsibility, but they are busy handling a pandemic. So we came up with this idea of subsystems. So from system to subsystem. So looking at the whole ecosystem, basically. So we forgot about system. We looked into the ecosystem, and where we drew in, if you can press a couple of buttons there. Yeah. So within the subsystems which we were looking at, we were looking at how do we involve the communities of practice. Can you press a couple of more buttons? Yeah. And if you look at the, be there. And if you look at the list at the bottom, there are many acronyms there. FOGC, IAP, IPSM, all these. And these are all these communities of practice related to children. Forum of Neonatology Forum, or Indian Institute of Pediatrics, or Gas Manufacturers Association. So the whole country was dealing with the oxygen crisis. And we worked with the Indian Industrial Gas Manufacturers Association to address the gas deficit. So number of such communities of practice, we could link them up with the government to create a much wider sort of capacity. Of course, government has its role to be an enabler, because no entity can work with the government system, particularly the health system, unless government enables. And that's where I think UNICEF played a big role to draw in the capacity of range of actors. So going forward, I think, Vikrant, the agenda for the country should be very clear, that we should be looking at such communities of practice, drawing them into our coordination mechanisms, talking to them, and also linking them up with various systems, so the so-called traditional systems. And our experience suggests that they are the critical sort of actor in helping government deliver on its accountability. Next. I will not go into the detail because you will hear all these things from Divya, particularly on what do we expect in terms of performance from our interagency groups, Sphere India, etc., etc. It is about our performance as coordinators, as people who can lead us on into a responsiveness, responsive to the needs of the emerging vulnerabilities or emerging needs. So there are many ideas here. Otherwise, I'll take the whole day to discuss this. So at this point, I'll leave this here. You can circulate the presentation. I'll invite Divya to share her presentation, particularly the whole sort of experience of 2021 and 2020, particularly on coordinated action for humanitarian in the humanitarian domain, particularly. So Divya.
Yeah, so no, that is fine. Very much fine. So if we see, sir and Anilji has already, set the tone of this whole discussion. And in morning also, my colleague Midun, he has shared the whole journey of these GRNAs, how we could manage the sectoral consultations, the sectoral, understand the sectoral, and also take sectors in our assessment part through our assessors also and through our report writers also. So if we see, next please. So as many of you were part of these this whole exercise in last 1 year, with a detailed discussion among experts from sectoral committees, we have national level committees, we have our colleagues from IAGs, experts are there, those who have the understanding of sectors also, and they are having a long experience from field also, from particular their sector. So these people, the group of people, they contributed in particular committees, and these people have come up with a very good exercise called handbooks. So if you see during whole the journey, when we talk about the assessment, when we talk about the relief operation, when we talk about the recovery, when we talk about the preparedness, every time we need to understand, and every time we have so many stakeholders from government, non-government, civil society organizations, volunteers are there, grassroots functionaries are there, CSR partners are there, faith-based groups are there. So how each and every actor can contribute in a better term during the whole journey, whether we are talking about the preparedness, whether we are talking about the immediate support to provide to the community during relief, or going for the GRNA, or go for the long-term recovery phase. And we have our IAGs in all the states. They are very active. They are trying their level best to establish this whole thing in their states. So, we have already seen, Gupta sir has also shared, we tried to do some kind of piloting in 6 target states to taking one sector there. Next. So if we see these handbooks have been developed, they have taken so many dialogues, so many conferences, so many meetings, and go from here to there, so many consultations, so many inputs were going out, coming in, and we were making the changes, we were refining those whole handbooks, and also meetings of multi-sectoral actors. There are many sectors, they are interlinked also, and we need to understand the vulnerability also in all the sectors. So how we can cater all those pointers. If you remember in the last session also, we were able to understand what kind of challenges are there during any sectoral discussion. Language barriers are there, understand the local context is there, geography understanding is there, understand the local, like the state level and district level policy and governance there. So how we could cater these all discussion in the whole coordination process. So with this, we have taken, we can see these are the 6 life-saving sectors handbooks they have come out. If you read these books, you will find the whole process, how any actor can contribute in this whole coordinated process. Next. So on 13th of October, on the International DRR Day, these books have been published. And they are now available for everyone in a soft copy. And we are also trying to provide the hard copies. Next. No problem. So we can see next. So what are exactly there? I'm sure whoever have joined these sessions in last 2 months with NIGM and Sphere India have organized. So what are there in these handbooks? If we see the roles and functions, particular actor wise, what are the roles and functions and the introduction of that particular sector? If you are talking about WASH, what is a WASH? What are the activities come under WASH? And like the stakeholder analysis and coordination, who are the main key stakeholder during this one particular sector, and assessing and monitoring sector situation in India. And now slowly we are going at a state level and a district level and a block level. And guiding principles and standards. We always talk about the accountability. So for that, we need to understand and we need to monitor our own responses, whether we are able to follow this or not, or we need to improve that. And also the sector strategy and standards. And also the resource mobilization. Whatever we are talking, without resource, it can't be worked. So how and from where we can mobilize a resource and provide the better and better services on time to affected community. And the benchmarking and the indicators. So when you read these books, you will find the detail there, which has prepared by so many experts together. So as Gupta sir has already mentioned about it, we have run piloting in 6 states based on one sector. And we have many experts from NIGM, Sphere India Network, many government senior officers, IAS officers, and advisors from ministries like Jan Shakti Ministry. They have joined, and first they have gone through these books, and then they deliver those sessions based on these books and share. And during these discussions also from the participants who joined from various organizations, various level, they have also provided so many inputs. So after that we are also taking those input while we are going for the implementation. Next. So we see there are many challenges. So I'm not taking all the challenges because so many challenges are already coming from our group members. So I'm just trying to list out some of them. Like availing dedicated time from experts was a challenge that time when we were in the process to preparing these handbooks, because they are in a very hectic schedule in their own organization. And due to COVID-19 response also, each and every person was working for so many hours. So taking their time for this dedicated exercise was little difficult for us. And still gap in the considering cross-cutting issues. Like cross-cutting issues, we should not consider like they should be part of only protection sector. They should cover in all the sectors, whether we are talking about WASH, whether we are talking about FNS, whatever. So first, whoever is going for the assessment, whoever is going for the report writing, these particular people should understand and grasp those cross-cutting issues also. And we tried to bridge the gap in the interlinkages of various sectors, but still we can't say that we achieve that. Still we need to miles to go to interlink the sector. We all know all sectors, most of the sectors are interlinked, or until or unless we can't understand, one sector expert if don't understand and doesn't understand the other sector, we can't interlink. And the coordination between the line departments. When we talk about the multi-sectors, then the coordination between the different line department is also important. And to need to adding like scenario-based sectoral thing.
Like last year itself, like this year itself, we have seen the different type of disaster were having the different kind of damages, different kinds of need were coming. Like within the Gujarat, within one district, we have seen different kind of situation in cyclone and in the flood. So we need to understand the scenario-based sectoral understanding also. And the community required to the multidisciplinary kind of support. It's not like we are coming with the bits and pieces and with the wash, with the food, with something else. It's not like that. We need to understand, we have all seen the COVID-19. It was a health emergency, but within that health emergencies, many people have faced the food-related issues. Many people have faced the mental health-related issues. Though it was not direct effect of COVID-19, but indirectly because of that particular pandemic, the people were facing that. So we need to, so these were the challenges we have faced. And there were so many learnings also. So I just tried to list out few of them, but definitely during our discussion, during our group work, so many learnings from different actors will come. So like these are like a guiding material. So it's not like sir has already shared, it's not like we have to stop here. Every year with the new learning, we need to redo our work on this sector guidance. And also the information dissemination is also an important component. Whatever we are learning, whatever we are improving, that whole learning should go to our grassroots level. It's not like only we civil society organization, we are learning, we are improving, and we are improving our response. It should go to the down level also. And the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, I have already shared, like it was a health emergency, but it was not just a health emergency. On the later stage, we all have witnessed there were so many other sectors required to cover. And also the listing out the requirements. Before any disaster strike, we need to map that particular area. Like if you can map what kind of hygiene should be provided in that area. If you can map the vendors, if you can map the whatever local services are available in that area, how many Anganwadis are there, how many schools are there, what kind of infrastructure is there, what kind of, I mean, like if even the go down are there. If we can map our resources, if we can map our capacity before any disaster strike, we can definitely, respond in a better way. And the inter-sector coordination is a key of resilience. We all, witness of that, and it has come from our IAG members also in the morning discussion. Like local actors should have equitable opportunity to play a leadership role. We need to provide them key. It's not like we are playing. They are actually playing. We are just facilitating. We are just playing the role of mentorship. We are only playing the role of providing them technical support. And also, like to transparency should be there. Like recognizing the non-monetary support also. Like Karen is here. She is, managing the whole coordination of MahaPicoNet. She can also, I'm sure she will agree with me. When we are talking about the coordination, sectoral coordination, whoever is bringing any knowledge, any information, any support, each and every member is equal. Like if there is a group of engineers, they are designing any house, a safe house for your area, they are equally important to your CSR partner who is bringing 10 crore rupees in your area. So we need to understand that. Next. So this is already covered. So this is all from my side. And the institutionalization of IAGs. In Kerala, we have seen that government is notifying the IAGs. So if we can strengthen that geo-NGO, IAG means it's not just the NGO. IAG means is the geo-NGO and other actors. So until or unless we can institutionalize our IAGs, we can't achieve sectoral coordination in that way. So this is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Divya. I think I really love the way you projected the challenges of making such handbooks and particularly living the life of a coordinator. That's a life skill in many ways. I think most of us, those who work in humanitarian sector, we are essentially coordinators. And because we believe in accessing time, skill, capacity of large number of actors, because we are not enough. If alone we were enough, we would have been like Hanuman or someone. But we accept our vulnerability, and we, as you said, we believe everyone is equal, and the whole process of coordination rests on that equity and equality. So thank you so much. And now I'm going to invite the pioneer in this work, Ilya Jaffer, good friend, and she at the very start of this work, she volunteered to shoulder this big responsibility of bringing together this six sectoral handbooks, and she was the one who learned all these lessons which we projected here. So Ilya, welcome, and over to you to share your experiences, suggestions for going forward. Look forward to listening to you.
Thank you very much, Sarabjit, and good afternoon once again to all of you. So I'll just emphasize on one of the points that Divya already made, and the role of coordinator, which Sarabjit kind of touched on. So humanitarian professionals usually are more seen as all-rounders. They fit in, whether we would wash shop or livelihoods or shelter, anything. It's more like you can fit in. But the best thing about this, the process for development of this handbook is where each and every agency who was a part of it put together the best brains they had. The experts, the technical specialists were made available to think on all the aspects of sectoral coordination, as well as standards, benchmarks, and the elements which were usually a gap in all our after action reviews and findings, the linkages between two sectors. So here, definitely an effort has been made, and when we pilot, we'll see how effective we are. But the effort has been made that within each sector, it not only talks about that sector in particular, but it also talks about the linkages with other sectors, which need to be considered whenever we are doing a planning or strategy development or a response for that sector. Going forward, I mean, I think it's a big task done, but when I see the way forward, there is still like a big challenge in front of us of breaking barriers, breaking the silos in which we have been working for decades. The silos of sectors, we work within our sector, that's one that we have to break, and then the stakeholders. How do we break that barrier and see as a joint response? Perhaps that is something where we will have to strategize how to sell it, if I could use that word. Because a collaboration or a joint action can only happen if people see a win-win. If it's only a request coming from one party and the other does not see a value, it'll never be effective. So how do we really go to those actors who are still working in silos and let them see, bring the value to them that a joint work or how this coordinated effort is a win-win for both the sides? I think that's the next big challenge in front of us. I'll stop here, Sarabjit. Let me know if you want me for any other thing. Thank you.
Yeah, a big round of applause for particularly seeing these books in real. When we started, we had our doubts, but Divya, I think, Ilya definitely took us on a really a difficult journey. Ilya, good, you brought that focus onto intersectoral interdependence between sectors, and I think results of any sector are dependent on other sectors. That's a foregone conclusion. But the point is, which are the adjunct sectors I need to work with? The idea of adjunct sectors is still not fully explored. But if we want to be relevant in the coming years and decade, when climate change is going to be the main driver of vulnerability, the unplanned urbanization is going to really take us into very difficult areas of work, we will need to depend on others. We will learn to depend on others, other sectors. During the COVID crisis, we learned that if transport is not working, then the health system is not working. I mean, the whole issue of transporting patients back and forth, transporting dead, I mean, just a crude example of interdependence between transport and health. But there are so many other interdependencies. I mean, how the determinants of health are basically based in what Prasad Sevekari does or doesn't do. The WASH expert. If water and sanitation and environmental health is not working, then for sure the overload of disease, patients and disease will be seen in the health system, and they are going to be. So now with Omicron coming in, we're going to see a lot of this again being replayed. Be sure by March. Yesterday, the boss of AIIMS said it in very clear terms that be prepared for March. So whatever we have learned, let's bring it back. Thank you, Ilya, for your time and commitment. Now I'm going to invite onliners, particularly Anjan Bagh. Anjan, if you're listening to us, we would love to listen to you on what do you think is the value of such tools like this book, and any other sort of reflections from you would be more than welcome. Over to you.
Thank you, Saranjit. I should congratulate Sphere for bringing out those books and the guidance, and it was wonderfully well done. And thanks, Ilya, for putting your efforts there. Sorry, I'll not be able to come in video, so I hope you will be able to hear me.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Sarabjit, for putting this. And I think that the one milestones already we have achieved, bringing out written compliance and written technical guidance. And I hear that the coordinations has been talked on that. Of course, I echo Ilya, if we are not able to bring out the coordinated actions among the stakeholders, among the sectors, and it again we will start going ahead with the silos that we have been working. Coming forward in my understanding, the reflections when I hear about that and I'm reading those documents and also be part of some of the discussions. Going forward, I would really look into the near future that we really coordinate with the other civil society sectoral networks or the sector networks, be it in health, be it in WASH, or be it in education. So as we always call it, as we are specialized of everything, but may not be having those technical expertise. So probably bringing those sector networks or the sectoral organization in place and moving ahead with them. The second thing I'd be really looking at it, the point of view of Sphere as a network. Now we should think in bringing investment for these sectoral coordinations or the sector specific coordination. So also in future, we need to reflect on investment versus return in coordinations, especially for those sectors. And the third thing, which is very critical for us, for everyone, now we need to move ahead, bringing awareness on our coordinated mechanisms, because I know those sectoral books are available, technical pieces are available, but this needs to be taking forward, bring more coordinated approach and the awareness on those sectoral pieces to the larger public or the larger organizations. And we should not remain within ourselves or within the book, but we should take it forward and bringing more awareness, and not within this room or within the people that we are on the call, but it should spread in the larger consortiums. Thanks, Sarabjit.
Vikrant, this is the second time someone reminded that we are a coalition. Anil, first of all, reminded us. And I think, how do we project ourselves as a coalition of humanitarian agencies? I think that's a bigger thing compared to just being, okay, we are a secretariat, we are Sphere India. And I think we should wear that tag a little more with pride and tightly. I would say project yourself a little more. I was recently actually talking to my new emergency manager in the regional office, and I told her that we've achieved one small thing, that all the assessments in India are necessarily joint assessments. And she said, this is not a small thing. This is a big thing. And I think our big achievement is, in last so many years, we have always had joint assessments. We have forgotten that individual agency led assessments. And I think that's a big deal. And if you tell the rest of the world, they do sort of sit up to the fact that we have achieved so much. I'll stop here and I would now open the floor. But before that, Blesson, if you would like to add something to your experience of using these books or your expectations going forward.
Thank you, sir. Surprise call by Sarabjit. Thank you so much. I'm deeply privileged. As well as this getting together, both virtual and in presence. Huge congratulations to Vikrant, his team, UNICEF, and all the minds that have worked together to put this document together, in one place. With different minds. I remember how COVID was instrumental in bringing various technical minds together. I've not seen any other disaster so much where many technical heads, have really come in, be it protection, nutrition, livelihood, health, everybody coming together to design a response for COVID, and in a way that we've all come a long way, I should say, because we've done things together, and thanks to Sphere for being at the helm and coordinating with agencies, and including I know our own agency, World Vision. We've brought in technical experts from different fields to be able to respond for COVID. So to that end, I think this is a great feat that we are able to define these standards and bring it together, and definitely rollout is the next big step, which we would definitely like to participate. Now, having this year, particularly 2021, has been very a very happening year. We've already seen that 10 to 12 disasters have been occurred, and we've been responding to these disasters along with COVID-19. So imagine the way we all have been working very hard to reach the most vulnerable affected communities. My one submission for this going forward would be, I see a lot of hope in bringing players together at the district level. District is where a lot of action happens. The most affected people, again, live in some of these districts, in remote villages of these districts. And we see a lot of players because we are there in around 150 districts across India. And we've been carrying out various interventions at the grassroots level, at the village level, and so on, or at the block level. And we see multiple players, but we don't see much coordination happening, right? So I see that this handbook will help us strengthen, and as some said,
institutionalize this coordination at the district level, we see that there is huge needs. Resources are limited, right? How do we ensure that these resources reach to the right people at the right time and at the right place, right? So for that, coordination is required. And I speak with great responsibility because I've seen myself as to how, because of this lack of coordination, there is wastage, and you see, and we're not putting right people into use. I'll give you a small example, even for the ongoing vaccination. If we had kind of mobilized interfaith groups at the district level, mobilize them at the maximum level, we could have gained much easier success in motivating people, removing myths, misconceptions, and so on and so forth, right? So how do we as agencies be able to coordinate at the grassroots level to reach the most vulnerable is one big area. I want to close with one example, which I've seen in Kerala, right? In Alappuzha, which I was also discussing a little while ago in our group. I Am for Alleppey campaign, which was started by the Deputy District Collector, Krishna Teja, Shri Krishna Teja sir. He used that very effectively to reach people who were not assisted through government help. Many people do not have proper cards, identification, so on and so forth, and they're not able, the government is not able to reach them. He mobilized panchayats, he made a line list of people who require help in livelihood, housing, health, and other sector areas, and agencies, he was able to guide agencies through the coordination meeting to be able to reach the most effective people, most needy people. I did not see, or I couldn't see any wastage of resource in that kind of coordination. I hope you got me. So, and I don't see that in every district, but that's what we aspire for. If you institutionalize coordination mechanism at the district level, to a great extent, we would achieve what we have envisaged at the national level. I think national level coordination is good to a great extent, but in conditions, situations such as COVID, when it comes with other concurrent disasters, then we do not have the right skills, not the right resources, and we are all overwhelmed. And coordination at the district level will really help, to minimize and to maximize. You see the value for money. We could definitely reach to the most needy people, that if we are able to kind of coordinate, discuss, institutionalize, and coming together without any barrier of that sorts. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Blessing. Good, you brought focus on and help us think through on where do we need to move in terms of district is our front line. And Disaster Management Act very much empowers the district management authorities as responders. And what a wonderful memories of Alleppey. I was there, many of us were there, and it was so inspiring. When I joined this sector, the first thing which inspired me was the coordination in Bhuj, the district of Bhuj, during the Gujarat earthquake. And the coordination was led by a very young officer called Rajiv Topno. He's now a very seasoned bureaucrat, and Nidhi Tiwari and all these people. I was so damn, Prasad was there as well. We were all young that time. And we were really inspired by that level of coordination. And Blessing, you really spoke very clearly on that. And what I heard, you didn't say that, was that there is a lot of capacity in the district. We are not working in the resource poor situation. We have loads of capacity at district level, both human resources, funding, of course, technical as well. So nothing better. And this is a wonderful size, 5 to 10 lakh population. We're dealing with a certain number of blocks. There is a structure of governance which converges with the district magistrate. What else do we need? So a function, all the functions converging under the district magistrate. So I think we should have a strategy around this. UN system is right now negotiating some work with NDMA on that. And I think in coming months and weeks, we might come up with something which will be very strategic in this, helping the disaster management function at district level, do the planning, run their institutions with a purpose, sense of purpose, and also coordination. So thank you so much. Now we have around 15-20 minutes. Yes, everyone can add, not only you.
Actually, we have started mapping of district focal point person, the focal point agencies from all the district of India. And this is just take 1 minute. So, sir, we have started their basic trainings, because most of these focal point person at district level, they have invited by district administration. So most of them are the development actors, not more the relief, the humanitarian actors. So we are providing them 4 days basic training. So we have already completed in Bihar, Jharkhand, and currently we are doing for Uttarakhand. So all the district focal point person, they are joining these training, experts from national level, from our all network, they are joining those sessions and delivering. So now they are also coming with some kind of idea, yes, what is the coordination and how we can ensure that coordination in our district in that way.
There are nowhere in the world there are simply disaster focused organizations. Everyone is development focused. So it is what we need to understand is that how we inculcate this lens of disaster risk management within those who are development oriented, and how these handbooks, these or any other handbooks that we are planning, would lead towards that paradigm change in thinking. Agencies turn towards disasters by default, not design. They turn towards disasters because they just happen to happen within their niche. Otherwise, they don't have to do anything with disasters. There are very few, exceptions are there, but most of them, they deal with disasters because it happens in their doorstep. And that's why inculcating this lens of disaster risk reduction, a humanitarian lens with disaster risk reduction frame, or whatever you may call, is important. And I believe that these books would serve that purpose. Thank you. Sorry for.
Thank you, Prasad. And this brings a very good perspective to our work, particularly the fact that we have endless capacity in this country. If we include everyone, particularly the connect between disasters and development, because disasters are part of the socioeconomic complexity. They're not outside. They are within the development trajectory. Hence, the role of development actors is foundational. But Divya, I think before we go into capacity building, we need to do perspective building, and which I think what Prasad, my good friend Prasad, was hinting at. So if we do not have a perspective on humanitarian work, if we do not have perspective on the whole idea of life saving, action for life saving, then we will miss the point. And then there are many other perspectives of damage and loss and so on and so forth. And then we can take preemptive action. So anticipating risk. The whole perspective on anticipating risk is missing in the development community as much as necessary. So let's talk a little more on perspective building. Any other hands up in the room or online? Online, you will tell me. Eh? Okay, next we will go to Girish. Yeah.
So, good afternoon to all. So, just hearing the discussions regarding the district level strengthening measures. So, I'll just have to share my experience on how we built a system in Kerala by coordinating our NGOs and with the district administrations. Okay, yeah, I'm Dr. Ajil Abdullah. I'm basically a pediatrician, and we handle emergencies also. I'm part of executive director of Angels International Foundation. We have been working from 2011 in strengthening pre-hospital emergency care system. We started with then networking of ambulances, the existing ambulances. IAG, Kozhikode district. And I used to represent Kerala IAG during the COVID as the only doctor convener of the IAG. So it's like, I'll just start with how the system was built. So in 2018, I think Vijish is also here. 2018 March. In 2018 March, we prepared a project. Myself, Vijish, and Dr. Venugal, we prepared a project on building up IAG interagency coordination and the groups. We discussed with the district administration. He was very much interested. But when it came down to the DDMAs and all, they were like, why do we want to build such a thing? Okay, we left. Leave it. Then in May came the Nipah. That time, the district administration, they didn't have the ambulances. So obviously they had to call us. So we supported them with the ambulances. We were with the district administration and the health department. So it was well coordinated and we got settled. Then we planned to build this system, but unfortunately the landslide and the floods came. The 2018 floods, it was well managed, but it was a mess because there was no coordination, because we do have a lot of humanitarian organizations. Everyone came, and a lot of, as he was mentioning, lot of wastage of resources, our money, our manpower. It was there. But fortunately, we tried it over. Then during 2018, we had a good health department. So we set up something called Operation Navajeevan, a coordination of private and the public sector and the NGO sector, so that all the camps were met with the medicines, everything were delivered, very coordinated. So that was set up. Okay. So when it came to 2019, so that health system, NGO, GEO coordination, which was set up, we could adopt it without any difficulty. That is gone. But when it came to other things like material distribution and all, that was a mess during the initial one. But during the second one, as an NGO person, as Sarabjit Singh was saying, because we were given space in the district magistrate's room. So NGOs and the volunteers, we were sitting in his room. Some of us, we were monitoring the central system. We set up a system there, and there is no other systems. But fortunately, we took the Google spreadsheets, this things and all, Google Forms and all. So then we had the material collection center in some other place. So they were entering here. We are monitoring from here. Then we were calling the village officers for their requirements. It was being updated. So materials were being given from the central console to the collection point. So such a thing was established. So we could we could avoid a lot of wastages. during that period. So that was one coordination system we established. Then after that, post-flood, because we had a list of all the organizations who are working in this field. But the thing is, it is known to some of us. It is not known to everyone because we don't have a platform. So for post-flood cleaning, these things and all, it was coordinated and done well. So when it came to COVID, we had a good, already established a good system over a period of 2 or 3 years. Like Rome was not built in a day. We could establish in some 1 or 2 years. So all the thing is like, we did the preparedness during the response phase of a disaster. That's it, not before the disaster. But that preparedness which we had done some 2 years back, we could make it useful here. So in COVID, during COVID, when the lockdown came, so if we didn't have this system, it would have been a mess because all the NGOs, all the volunteers coming out and serving people would have been a mess. So the IAGs, I think Bharat is also there. He's from Trivandrum IAG. The IAGs were given a console in the SCOs, in the DEOCs, District Emergency Operation Centers. And we were coordinating from there. So for any point, any activity, so this many volunteers are required. We prepared that. So coordinated from NGOs, volunteers were given. Then for food preparation, this area, this NGO is doing, this area, this NGO is doing. So that was a system which we could establish. And now in some of the districts, we have taluk level IAGs, and we are also building village level IAGs to coordinate with the revenue system. My point is, if Sphere India, because this happened only because we had a good IAG state coordinator, Vijesh, who is located at the SDMA, who is posted by Sphere India. And SDMA is giving good support to develop IAG. I think if this system comes throughout the country, it is a workable model, and we can do it because we have shown that it can be done. And one more suggestion is, because we need actually a platform so that, I need to know what are the resources you have, or you need to know what are the resources others have. But that is not there because it is there with the NIDM and all, but it's not visible to us. I think we have something called Consortium of Voluntary Agencies. It's a group of organizations. So we actually, not with the disaster, but to coordinate other activities, especially health fields and all. So we have made a platform. I think something like that we should come up with so that it's easy for us to identify our strengths, to showcase our strengths, and which can be utilized by others. Hope we all can work together. Sure.
Thank you, Doctor. I think this was Vijay's performance appraisal as well. Yeah. So thank you so much. You've done my job. And this is what the point earlier Blessing was also making, that I'll look at that we have lots of capacity in the district, and my belief is absolutely strong after listening to you. And I think if Kerala Disaster Management Authority is notifying IAGs, it is because such capacity is available and they're seeing the value in this. And you have stayed engaged despite the fact that first time you were shooed away. Yeah. And this happens with all of us. First time, everyone says, oh, no. Yeah? Second time, they might sort of do something with us. And then soon we will become valuable. So I think staying engaged is very important. Thank you, Doctor, for staying engaged with the process and lending your capacity. I mean, doctors can do anything. I mean, in this country, there's so much scarcity of doctors, but you have chosen to be a IAG coordinator. Salute. Thank you. Who else? Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, particularly people who have the right attitude and aptitudes to bring everyone together, deal with everyone with respect. Okay, Girish, then Bashir, one by one. Brief. We are now running out of time. Yeah, absolutely. No, we had a great session. I think I loved listening to all of you.
Hi, Mr. Girish. Would you like to speak? Could see your hand raised. I'm giving you the unmuting rights. You can click on the pop-up coming on your screen. Mr. Bari Mashir is also there with us. Yes.
Hello.
Yeah. Mr. Bashir is
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
I want to add just a point. I heard the discussion. It's a wonderful discussion. They're doing disaster risk reduction programs. We have to know the development issues and other problems of the community where we are working. Also, we have to know the resources in the community for doing the disability or disaster risk reduction programs in our society. So, an organization doing only disaster risk reduction cannot succeed during this type of disasters, but organizations doing development activities and other social activities in the society can easily do the disaster risk reduction programs. So we have to empower other social organization and or charitable organization in the field of disaster risk reduction. So that will be boost our activities in the state and in our country. Thank you so much.
We can't agree more on the fact that we got to be inclusive and we got to be looking at all kinds of vulnerabilities of men, women, children, all age groups. In our country, we are blessed with a caste system. So we have an inherent vulnerability, I mean, in a sense, which is a foundational deficit in our society. So we have to address that as well, etc., etc. So thank you so much, Bashir, for reminding us. Anyone else online still there? Or gentlemen, you had put your hand up? No?
Yeah, Mr. Girish is still there with us. Mr. Girish.
Annie has written a comment. Can you read that?
Yes, shall do that. So there were one question also in the beginning. So Susanta Sahu has written how to sustain the capacities for future. So that was a question I probably believe, which was by Sushanta. And then we had Annie George with us, who probably has mentioned it is also a supplement which she brought in about we have progressed well at operational levels, but we need to do much more at strategic and policy levels. That were the two comments which we had in the chat box.
Thank you. I think I should close it now with few reflections.
Make their disaster management plan. It's not like, I'm not talking about the SDMA and DDMA. All 9 departments, they have told to prepare their disaster management plans, whether it's a water supply or power supply or the Swachh Bharat mission. So, we all understand that this will also complement in this whole exercise and whole support. So how you see that?
I'll give you one example from Maharashtra. In 2019, we negotiated with government that all departments need to have their disaster management plan. And government agreed, and we got 24 departments to prepare all together. Together means about 4 or 5 months of work. Radar was involved in capacity building. About, I think, 140 odd people were trained, provided the right kind of perspective on why do they need, the development actors need to do disaster risk reduction planning, and all line departments went beyond the usual template which is supplied by NIDM or NDMA, and they did their very expanded scope of disaster management planning. And same we took to Karnataka, and Karnataka also did it. So I think there is appetite. They need facilitators, they need capacity builders along with them. So line departments always are busy with their own work. So to find that little additional few hands and minds, I think we can help them. Yeah, Vikrant. Okay, let's listen to Annie then.
So we have Annie with us who has raised her hand. So we would request Annie ma'am to share her views. Annie, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I just wanted to taking our discussions here today, this very good session. Just the way we have seen this multi-sector handbooks for coordination, there's a parallel process going on for also putting together the strategy 2025 with a visioning for 2030, right? So that process have also closed, and tomorrow being the AGM, the strategy 2025 is being released, right? And I think 2 points relevant to the discussion in this session. One is this multi-sector coordination handbooks. Now we are seeing in 2022 specifically the rollout of that, piloting of that, and we have had good discussion with the ED and IDM. Today we saw Professor Santosh speaking, Anil Gupta speaking, but we have had in principle partnership with the ED and IDM that in these maybe 10 most vulnerable states to pick up first, we will line up the perspective building part with the line department officials and civil society organizations together through a series of trainings put on the calendar of NIDM, where Sphere and NIDM will work together. Modules for that are already ready. So that's the first rollout. And then we will be looking at the rollout and picking a cue from this discussion, maybe a pilots in some districts in next 2022 emergencies. So we will like to see that the entire multi-sector coordination get piloted at district level in some of the emergencies. And for that, we will do some preparedness also, right? So that's the other thing. And another top point would be, since I think there will a big consultation process have gone in putting the document together, but still, our aspirations were not satisfied. Many of us were not still satisfied. So we will be looking at a review of it towards the end of 2022 and revise it. So that's one set of action. Second is where I heard in this session, the previous one also, the work primarily at a district and below is the development actors. But we are not seeing just development actors. We're seeing development actors, youth organizations, youth-led organizations, women-led organizations, being inclusive of, Dalit, tribal, other marginalized group, disability organizations, all possible, and our approach is now a nexus. But if we're calling it the fifth priority in our strategy is building the nexus of humanitarian, DRR, development, peace, with all inclusive kind of a network. It's no more just the humanitarian or DRR, the identity which were there so far. We are moving ahead. And I think Prustiji is there here, and he's the next session we are going to talk about it. He's always was enthused about the idea of network of networks. So all these sectors will form sector networks, and that's where the nexus will approach. And we will hear more from him in the next session about, again, the role of government and what can be the role of actors. So reminding again us, the last point for me is that we are a coalition. So it's the secretariat and the team is just behind coordinating, but who will do what and what will be the role of different constituents of the network, or what will be the role of different networks within the networks is something a discussion we will have in next session. And that's my concluding part, and back it to Sarjeet.
Thank you. Thank you, Vikrant. And it was pleasure listening to all of you. I learned this from my good friend, Prasad Sevakari. We used to run a lot of trainings in my past life. And this is what I learned from him. If the session is going well, just continue. And I used to get scandalized by that. I mean, I was the executive director of that organization, and I used to get scandalized by his attitude. But today I learned how good it is. Last point which I wanted to keep, I think, bring to your attention, Vikrant, and the whole network, is going beyond coordination, leadership. And Doctor, particularly, I heard you taking leadership. Because you are not only mapping who's got what resources, that's elementary coordination. That who's got what, and then bring it together and apply it and send it where the Krishna Teja was trying to send it. But the leadership, Krishna Teja's leadership in launching I4LRP, or your leadership, what needs to happen? What can you see as a leader which is coming? And then mobilize the forces and galvanize the forces, so that we work on that mission. And I think coordination is about leadership as well. And I think if in our handbooks, if we've been dealing with this, and that sector coordination, sector leadership. And I think we want to see agencies taking leadership role. And it's not an easy thing. NGOs have serious difficulty taking leadership. How do you remove the blessing? How do you remove your hat of world vision and represent all of us? It's not easy. How do you remove your hat and assume the whole mandate of women, children, elderly, disabled, etc., etc.? So this is another perspective which we need to build. And UNICEF remains committed to supporting coordination in India, because that's part of our core mandate, belief, and practice. So thank you so much. It's been a pleasure talking to all of you. I loved this session. I learned so much from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarabjit sir. Now we break for tea. And after a very, very loaded session, I'm sure all of us are loaded with a lot of information, knowledge, insights, experiences. So let us take it to our tea hall, okay? And then we lighten ourselves and come back at 3:45 for the last technical session. Thank you all the participants who are joining us through online, and we would again tell you to kind of again resume. We are resuming in 15 minutes, and to kindly requesting you to come for the last technical session, which will be taken up by some of our again stalwarts in humanitarian sector, Prustiji. We'll have Annie George, and we'll have another consultant, Shashikant Chopde, who will be facilitating the next session on how to work with the government, where we are, and what do we intend to do in terms of working, deepening and deep diving into our work with the government. Thank you so much.
So we'll be coming back by 3:45, requesting all to join by then. Thank you.
You can, yeah. So thank you, everybody. And the tea is over. We are so sorry that for the onliners, we're not able to serve, but we had good round of cookies and biscuits and, tea. so, so thank you. So there's always a next time, but we had a national launch on the EPR handbook when we had a lot of members joining us that day. Today, the participant count is a little less, primarily because of the Christmas festivities and everybody going on annual holidays. We completely understand that. We don't have the handbooks here, but we are surely going to share the soft copy of these handbooks to all of you all. And also important is that, as Ilya was pointing out, the way forward to the there's a lot of sweat, there's a lot of hard work that has gone into formulating these handbooks. And now where do we go forward? Going forward, what do we have in mind? So this session is primarily going to touch base on working with the government. Where are we in terms of having made some quantum achievements of working with the government in different actions and under different vertical programs. So before we start this session, I'd like to introduce that for this technical session, we have with us some really good stalwarts. Professor Anil Sinha Sarji has joined us, who will be kind of guiding us through this very important session. Prusti sir, he doesn't require any introduction at all. He's right here with us in the room, and we're very privileged to have him here, who will provide a mentoring guidance and support to take us through some of the nuances of approach, challenges, achievements, and learnings of working with the government. We also have with us Annie George. She has been a senior advisor and has been advising us on some of our work in Kerala on strengthening DDMP and some of our other strengthening IAGs in Kerala. So a lot of work on the policy formulation, which she pointed out in the chat in the earlier session, is something that she'll talk about how to now from operational to how do we build on the strategy formulation and the policy, how do we implement these, and how do we integrate all of our work in the government actions. And to briefly, we will also have Shashikant Chopade, who is working as a senior advisor with Spare India. He is also a part of one of the NIDM study on damage and loss assessment with our team, with our research team, and with NIDM. And but now he's also working as a senior advisor Spare. So he will also take us through some of the way forward of how our existing strategies are aligned with some of our action, which we work very closely with the government on. So these are some of the broad highlights of this session. I would request Siljo to kind of, put out a very small presentation. It is just few slides to take us through the snapshot of some of the work that we have done so far. But this presentation is more about, it's not about the work that we've done. It's more about picking some of the actions from our existing work and seeing how there are some questions at some point of time. There are some challenges stated at some against some actions. It's just giving a lot of food for thought for all the audience here and all the participants of seeing where are the complementarities, where are the areas of convergence, and how we all as a collective think that we should go forward and proceed. Would want everybody's attention and everybody's interactive, active participation in this session to share their insights and suggestions as we go along. So these are our broad 4 result areas: accountability to affected population, interagency coordination, collaborative advocacy, and knowledge capacity sharing. Under each vertical, we have come out with some key performance indicators, which will now, in a very focused way, take us to some of the directions on methodologies, modus operandis of how to take our work forward under each of the actions. Silju. So under the accountability to affected population, we have these 4 broad heads. First one being establishing real-time feedback and PSEA. PSEA is prevention against sexual exploitation and abuse. Now, SPARE is taking quantum leaps this year in terms of working on this. We will talk more about this. Communication with communities and two-way communication with communities, extremely important. A lot of the earlier discussions have also talked a lot about this, especially with Blesson, with so many other people talking about, going district-wise, going local, going grassroots. So how important it is for us as a collective to also emphasize and what should come under this. Rights in crisis and inclusive damage and loss assessment is also a part of our rights in crisis work, which we'll be taking you through, and system strengthening of states on DRR and response plan. So this is largely what it looks like. And I may not list out all the actions that have happened over the course of the year under each, but I'm just putting out some thoughts, as I said, to just build on an understanding on how should we carve a roadmap ahead. On the real-time feedback mechanism, this is basically for those, because we have a lot of young people who have joined SPARE also, post-disasters, we have a lot of needs coming in of marginalized communities, of remote communities, of inaccessible communities, who do not have access to phones or communication lines. So how do they, report and how is their feedback being collected? And we do understand that governments have their own systems in place. We have DEOCs, we have SEOCs, but sometimes during disasters, they are so overwhelmed that they require more support from especially foot soldiers, which IAG members are so well equipped with. So our endeavor has been to create hybrid models. What do we mean by hybrid models? Last year in Cyclone Burevi and Nivar, we tried to come out with, building out these pamphlets and brochures with helpline contact details of interagency members, some of whom were our SPARE coordinators as well. Populating that and disseminating that for easy and early information among our IAG network, so that more and more people ask that wherever help is required, they can report back. So the idea is not to create a parallel with the government, but the idea is to complement and supplement the government existing efforts. So how this can be dealt with will depend from state to state and will differ from state to state. In Uttarakhand, we already have IAG members who are well versed with having a pre-existing call center approach like we have SEEDS. So when an Uttarakhand flood happens, we just get in touch with them and just come out with this, disseminate this flyer with this. This is basically based on a call center approach, and we see how we can strategize that. Similarly, with other states like Bihar is a little reluctant and hesitant. So we use government DEOC numbers and popularize it among the IAGs. So with different states, we use different methods and strategies of how we are dragging that. So in this regard, we would want to hear from this audience, from this set of experts, from these participants who've joined us and our own technical advisors on how to further enrich this understanding and how to create those complementarities. Second would be the rights in crisis and inclusive damage loss assessment. So there are two reports that we, two assessments that we worked on. One is based on the recommendation from OSTMA. NCDHR and SPARE India came together to develop a damage and loss assessment based on including some of the SC, ST and minority communities who were not included in the social assistance ambit of an earlier assessment that was done by the government. So this was done and the report was submitted to the OSTMA. Now, after the submission of these reports, and that's what we were discussing during our assessment brainstorming exercise also, is that, what after an assessment report? Does it go to the government? Does the government work on it? Where do these findings go? How are these observations collated? If we are coming out with a list of people saying that they have partial damages, full damages, and they are SCST, and inclusion is one of the agenda that we have to largely look into also, inclusion of all the vulnerable categories of children, of women, of PWDs, of transgenders, of all the communities who are vulnerable. So how do we ensure that inclusion is something that we did some work on? And I'm just leaving those thoughts with you to kind of ponder and see how further work can happen on these actions. And another damage assessment and cause identification study in 4 states, which Anil sir was also talking about, and which Ria also spoke about when she introduced herself. On these 4 states, we are doing these damage assessment and are trying to understand why did so many deaths happen in Gujarat? If there were so many deaths that happened, what was the cause? Could these deaths have been avoided? So these set of recommendations that are going to the government now in terms of this report, will some action also happen? Is there an acknowledgement of that this was a collective's effort? These are some of the thoughts that I just, from our own experience, from a coalition experience, from our collective IAG members and our SPEAR members experience, we need to kind of think through and kind of dwell and take it forward. Next slide. Now, this is another area where we would want more focus on revisiting some areas of system strengthening requests which are coming to us from 5 targeted states. Vikrant just highlighted that in 10 target states, our endeavor this year should be that at the end of this, we will build the capacity of these many to implement and roll out the EPR on the coordination, multi-sector coordination. But on the system strengthening, these are some of the gaps, these are some of the lacunas, these are some of the needs that the SDMAs, with whom we have had a formal memorandum of agreement, memorandum of understanding with Nagaland, with Uttarakhand, with JNK, with Kerala, and with the 5th one, I forget the name of the 5th state. So these are some of the needs that are coming in from these states of providing that support. So this technical support is being provided by some of the senior advisors and technical experts who are working with SPEAR. But how does this also go to the IAG members, and how do our IAG members also provide support in collating this? And how does this get duly acknowledged? Because this session is all about working with the government. So these are the needs coming from the government, and they're acknowledging it also and asking the civil society and the NGOs and all the collectives to kind of do something about this. So how are we also looking at these needs? This is not a very exhaustive list, just I've just listed some of the needs that are coming in from 2 or 3 states. Next. So communication with communities, we are in the process of collecting a lot of good practices, a lot of from our members, which get every month we have a newsletter which comes in, which has 2 or 3 stories of our members in terms of accountability to affected population, how they are adhering to it, what are the challenges they are facing, and whether they're able to kind of go ahead with that. So on this one, I think there's been a mismatch between this one. So this is primarily about capturing voices from the field, having this 2-way communication with communities. And in that particular aspect also, when we talk about standards, we talk about release standards and response standards and minimum standards. So when we see the community and we see disasters, we have had so many conversations since morning on the sidelines of so many disaster contexts where there are so many challenges in the communities vis-a-vis not adhering to the minimum standards. And so how do we collate that? How do we work with the government in terms of helping them develop some preliminary guidelines based on the NDMA guidelines? So some of our team members in the ARP and Vijesh, I suppose he's here, is also working on a draft document of how we are contextualizing and customizing these relief standards for different states, for 3 or 4 states to start with, and then discussing and deliberating with the government on they acknowledging that these relief standards are not present, and then how do we also try to do a comparative with the minimum standards and try to see how these are collated and integrated and implemented. Yeah, on the system strengthening, we are also developing urban flood management guidelines for Bihar with BSTMA seeking technical support. So Nupur and Ria from our research team are working on that. Sectoral departmental plans for various hazards is also something that we are working with, and I see some discussions happening in the pre-session on, as per the DM Act, we ought to, every state, especially after COVID, has to have a DM plan, every department. So Sarabjit sir was discussing that UNICEF had developed some 24 disaster management plans, so where are we? So we did some stock taking, and we understood that in 1 or 2 states where this DM plan was developed, either the officers have left or there's been no looking back. So how do we revisit? How do we refresh? How do we have these DM plans of different sector departments in place so that we can build on that? So that has also been another one. Next. So second vertical would be interagency coordination. Most of this, whatever we cover under this has already been captured in the earlier session, but we'll again take you through some of the components. We have, okay. There's a vertical coordination, stakeholder coordination, thematic and sectoral coordination, and emergency coordination. So primarily, most of these things are being dealt. Only thing is that these MOUs, as I said, how can government be engaged in the process of, the MOUs that we have signed with different 5 state IAGs. So how do we see a role of the government in having a tri-party rather than a bi-party agreement on SOP URS, so that it also gives us ample space of implementing some of the aspects of the handbook into this. So because the handbook largely talks about role of stakeholders, URS, so many other things. So that is about it. So stakeholder coordination, advocating and promoting the multi-sector coordination handbook. Now, these are some of the actors with whom we have worked very closely with. Most of them are government stakeholders, and we can skip this. This has already been discussed in the previous session by Divya on the multi-sector coordination handbook. Yes, on the advocacy, we have emergency advocacy, advocacy at national level, advocacy through interfaith humanitarian alliance, strengthening humanitarian systems in India, and advocacy at regional level. Now, these are the 5 broad areas where we work. Does not necessarily mean that we are looking at, working with government on all those 5 aspects, but yes, on the system strengthening, we are looking at, as we already said, that these specific needs are being discussed and will be undertaken in 5 or 6 states in 21, 22. One very important thing that we did this year was during the COVID wave 2, we wrote a letter on a joint appeal to the Prime Minister of India. And after a few days only, the geo and geo coordination set up with NDMA started. So whether that was Prustitsa was also guiding that process. So that was, all the heads together, all the mandates together, a joint appeal and a joint letter going to the PM asking that we want to strategize these actions. And after that, it became a very regular phenomenon that NDMA and these civil society organizations started meeting frequently after that. Similar course of action needs to be adopted. Another project that we did is again working with the government on One Nation, One Ration card, which was our endeavor to kind of go back to those marginalized, to those laborers who and destitutes and giving them some assistance records also. So expanding partnerships with national and subnational governments, we need to kind of revisit how we focus our work with doing some advocacy at the national ministries. And these are some of the ministries that we have listed out. And on the knowledge and capacity part, we are largely looking at research, knowledge products, partnership standards, but on this, we are largely looking at government's participation on rolling out, and NIDM's precisely participation on rolling out these, handbooks, implementing them in letter and spirit, because all the chapters that it's talking about, role of stakeholders, stakeholder analysis, joint strategies, resource mobilization has to be done jointly with the government, and cannot be happen as a standalone. So government's integration is very important. So that's where we require that support. Also on the multi-year sector strategies. So with these handbooks, we also, when we deep dive into stakeholder analysis, we'll find that every district and every state has different stakeholders. We have CSRs, we have academia, we have civil society, government. How for the next 5 years do we devise a role and responsibility matrix, which is a work that we had initiated, but that is a lot of work to be done on that, on multi-sector intervention logic. So that also needs to be discussed with government, with NDMA, with NIDM, and because without their concurrence on this, this cannot be rolled out and implemented at the state level. So with this, we'll come out with an operational plan for each. It's going to be very ambitious right now, but at least we can take some baby steps towards that. So ecosystem-based DRR is also something that we have initiated our work on, and we'd want all the other, local governments, the PRIs, and all the other relevant people working in the environment, pollution control, and all the other relevant stakeholders from the government to work with us towards achieving the outcomes of this exercise. And on the COVID emergency response and coordination in Northeast, we've I think we can skip this. That's it. That's it. Thank you so much. We would now request Anil Sinha Sarji, who has joined us, to kindly share some of his thoughts on the working with the government. He's always been very supportive, and especially in terms of whenever we have to kind of look at integrating some of the aspects of our work with the government, how because he always does things from a from the guidelines perspective and from having the highest understanding on the policy level things. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Hina, for the detailed presentation. Namaste and good afternoon to all the participants. I'm sorry that I could not join personally because of some health issues in the family, which required my presence. I wish I was there, but be that as it may. And secondly, I'm not able to see the participants. I can only see the stage with a backdrop and all that. But I was following, some part of the discussions when Sarabjit was also here. That was before the break, you see. And was also reflecting a bit on the overall topic which was given, for this event, that is lessons learned, year-end lessons learned kind of exercise. So it'll be good to share some of my reflections on that to begin with, you see. You see, last 2 years, 2020 and 2021, both we have faced a big public health emergency, you see, and by the name of COVID-19, and it assumed the proportions of a pandemic all over the world. The way it came was so furious, and apart from being furious, it was also intimidating, I would say, globally, intimidating the strongest of governments, the most robust economies across the world, you see, and all societies, all systems. There was almost no exceptions. And that was the case with our own country also, you see. And then this thing has really affected all walks of life, you see. And there we'll see, you know, how do we connect with the government? You see, all citizens, but then some citizens, some sections of the citizens have been affected far, far more. You see, and I'm immediately reminded of the migrant labor issue last year, you see. And in the discussion, I thought there has been perhaps less focus on this section of the society. You see, all of us who have been affected and very brutally by the second wave also earlier this year, you know, and many of us or most of us have lost someone near and dear one, you see. But then all of us, you know, and all our families and relations and all, we must, I'm sure we are aware that all of us have our own safety nets around us, you see, you know, some kind of the other. Now, as far as the migrant labor or people in that section of the society are concerned, you know, micro is small, etc., etc. We know the kind of job loss, you know, the numbers in which the job loss has really taken place, you know, and people losing their livelihood and all that, you see. So all citizens, but then some citizens far, far more, you see. Because, you know, there are a lot of people like that. And I did not tell a group of eminent people, you know, all of you belong to very prominent organizations. All of you are eminent in your own rights, enriched with your own experience. But then they don't have safety nets, you see. That is what stands out in my mind. You see, they earn a certain livelihood today and, you know, spend it on their family. But when they go to sleep, these people have no idea as to what is going to be the scene tomorrow, you see. Whether they will get a work, whether they will earn some wage, whether they will be able to provide something for their children and families. You know, I think that is the kind of a tragic situation. And these numbers are not few, you know, they run into not only thousands, but hundreds of thousands, you see. And that is what makes it a matter of great, great concern. And I think first, right in the beginning, because I've read some of the documents, heard the discussion, etc., which has been taking place, tremendous work being done. I'm highly appreciative of the work being done, you know, by Sphere in various sectors, and what Sarvjit also mentioned, along with some state governments. But I think I saw this part of the discussion missing, the focus on these sections of the society. You know, to me, I will wish to be, you know, proved wrong, you see. But then that is one of the concerns. Governments got affected. Then businesses, you know, I mentioned, but businesses at all levels, you see. And in fact, a lot of businesses, they have lost. They just lost the game. I don't know when and how, in how much of time they will be able to come. And that is what also affected the migrant labor in such huge numbers, you see. And like when I say migrant labor, I'm not referring to only the migrant labor, you know, the sabji wala guy, the guy who sells the milk, you know, vegetables, this and that, etc. You know, those who find around ourselves, you know, engaged in various activities, many times we don't even take note of that, you see. And then the other thing which I think needs to be taken note of is how the academic institutions have been affected, you know, and how schools have been affected. What kind of an impact it has had on the overall schooling system, and more focused on children, you know. What kind of a traumatic change has taken place in the lives of children in our families, you see. I think that discourse is also a little bit missing. I think we know for the government, it has been a big concern to have these online classes with the small kids, you see, of primary, middle or secondary and other classes. I think there needs to be some deeper thought and work. I do not know in the Sphere network, you are a great network, you see, I keep telling Vikrant and others, I think it's a unique network, more than 70 organizations of all kinds working in all sectors, you are there. But I think somewhere this focus on education, if it is there, I will really like to be educated about it. What kind of traumatic, effect it has had on the children. I don't think they have been able to express it, you see. Especially younger children, you see. Elder children would still find some way of keeping engaged. For younger ones, you see, they can't go out, they have to be at home. Earlier, the message was don't stick to the phones or these screens of computers and etc. etc. But in this period, I think even parents have found it difficult to detach their children from these, because what to do, you see, how much can play other games, etc., etc. So I think there is already in the government a lot of discussion. We need to supplement that, these experience of children to the discourse, and narratives in the government also. I'll speak of this also. And then, of course, academic institutions at higher level, that's a different story. My greater concern has been these small children, but then higher education institutions, I think they are also very, very important as far as the overall societal progress and the concerns are concerned. So that also. And then the civil societies. Civil societies, I'm sure all of us have found how our livelihood, our community life, living styles, being together, etc. The discourse, the number of times the communities would meet and mix with each other, discuss, etc. I think that has also been curtailed to a great extent, you see. And I don't think we have been able to find any solution, because you see, one after the other, we had COVID, then we had second wave, then there was this other third wave, which is still there, and then Omicron. Somehow we don't really have, frightening figures as of now in India, but the figures which are being quoted and reported from other countries, UK, US, Europe, I think they are really frightening. If those kinds of numbers with the population which we have were to be transported to our country, I think it is really frightening, because if there is a lack of cases or 80,000 cases per day in UK, it could well be then 10, 15, 20 lakhs cases in India also. And that combined with this, that we find that a fatigue has set in all of us, all over the society, in terms of following the COVID appropriate behavior, you see. How do we maintain that, you see? Because we can't allow, I think mask is the best medicine as of now, you see, combined with social distancing, etc., etc. But then how long can we be? I myself find wearing of the mask most suffocating thing. And one thing which I would like to disappear and vanish is the mask, you see. But that is the kind of a dilemma, which we are facing. Now, then very quickly, economy, we found that public health and economy, they are linked with each other, the transportation, the livelihood, food and nutrition, especially basic amenities, for the vulnerable sections, basic services for the vulnerable sections. I think, so these physical kind of accessibility, availability, etc., we have been able to maintain, but then still the kind of mental and the psychological impact which this pandemic has played, I think that part perhaps not been studied, well. It's difficult to focus on that, but I think we need to focus on that, you see. I think each one of us are still under the spell of what has happened, what is happening, and what is likely to happen, you see. At least I am not free, and I would imagine that everyone is going through that kind of a syndrome. So we need to focus on that also, you see. Now, and the normalcy, as the life as we knew it, you see, 2 years back, it still seems to be, far away. We don't know when we are really returning to that kind of a thing, you see. Now, one of the things which when Sarvjit was talking of working with the government of Maharashtra, and he was mentioning, I think, 6 or 4 districts or something like that. And then making of the district disaster management plans. I think the first paradigm change which has taken place, you see. Earlier, it was mono disaster kind of a mono hazard kind of a planning. At times, it could have been more than one, you see. But now, during the pandemic last 2 years, you see, I think it has been, the trend has been that all kinds of disasters have happened in the backdrop of the pandemic. So it is already a multiple kind of a situation, and several other complications have been there. I'm sure Sarvjit being there, and government of Maharashtra is a very progressive, our colleagues over there. I'm sure now the basic principle of planning at any level, district, state, and national level, would be keeping the multi-hazard scenario in view. Now, DDMP itself was a complex exercise, let me tell you. I think I would have been involved in making DDMPs for last 10, 15 years, even when NCDM was there before the NIDM. And now, but even now we do, I think there are areas, there are people, there are the states, with lack of clarity as to how to go about DDMP. But then one thing is that the Disaster Management Act, the law which has been passed by the Parliament, I'm sure all of you are aware of this, in 2005. I think that gives some very clear recommendations. So that is one good thing. We have a legal basis of approaching, and there is a framework, which has been very clearly given in the Disaster Management Act. So I would just like to, because we are talking of working with the government, so it is not just handshaking, but it is handshaking for certain support, complementarity, and supplementarity. That is why I thought, let me highlight a couple of things. At the same time, let me also say, as far as advocacy is concerned, and as far as shaking hands with the government is concerned, the area which I find of greatest concern is the district areas, is the DDMP. District is the place where bulk of disaster action, you look at the cycle and you will find that bulk of disaster action happens. In fact, district is responsible for the overall total 360-degree cycle, you see. Unlike SDMA or NDMA, which are responsible for only half of the cycle, you see. Only in terms of, guidelines and mitigation measures and plans and approving plans, etc., etc. NDMA and SDMA, they are not charged with the response, you see. Response is a very important function. We can't wish it away, you see. Howsoever we may advocate, make advocacy for mitigation, prevention, etc. But response is there, response will continue to be there. So I think there, at NDMA and SDMA, they don't have that bigger part of the responsibility. But look at DDMA. DDMA has to deal with response also. DDM has to deal with preparedness also, planning also, imminent preparedness, before a certain season, etc. is there. Then it has to deal with rehabilitation, reconstruction, long-term recovery, etc., etc., and then preparing for the next disaster according to season or whatever, etc. And somehow or the other, the least attention, I keep saying openly, of Government of India and others has been on the district level. Even after 15 years or more of the law, you see, there has been no thinking about the architecture of the DDMs. What we find is some states putting one DPO, district project officer, here, there, one disaster specialist and all. Will that really work? I think that's a big question. In my mind, I don't think that will work, especially in the time of a big disaster happening, and complex disaster happening. Even this whole job of what we are talking, DDMP, making a complex multi-hazard, multi-disaster kind of a, looking at that kind of a scenario, creating according to the first principle of disaster planning, worst case scenario. You take the worst of pandemic and overlap it with the worst of, cyclone. You see, we have seen several cyclones, Taute, Yas, and Fani, and so many things have happened, and not only on the eastern coast, but on the western coast also. And then when you put one over the other, apart from landslides, apart from floods, apart from all chemical disasters also. Visakhapatnam had series of chemical disasters, and I'm mentioning one city, but several others, have been there. Now, making of DDMP is a great challenge. And I thought, with the kind of resource which Sphere has, maybe that should be one area where you go and talk to the government and tell them that we would like to work in these 4 districts. Send your people, your resource person, a lot of them have tremendous experience to go and supplement and support and assist the district magistrate, and the DDMA over there. Somehow we take them for granted. By DM hai, SP hai, to wo kar lenge. But that is not the case. That is not the case. So that is one point I wanted to make about multi-hazard and multi-disaster planning at the district level. Even, say at the national level, if you don't do, NDMA has enough of its own resource, and it is at the national level where there is no dearth of institutions and resource, But at the state level, as soon as you start going down, the funnel really narrows down. At the state level, I have worked in Bihar for 6-7 years. There is dearth of resources. The more you go down district, and more than the district, let me again point out, how do we work with the community? How do we work with the community in the rural areas, and how do we work with the community in the urban areas? If we were to start discussing urban disaster situation, that itself will be one full session or one full day or several days together, Now, that kind of a situation, 2 institutions come to my mind. One is the PRIs, Panchayati Raj institutions, and the urban local bodies. In those who belong to Bombay or Maharashtra, they would know that total COVID management in the city of Mumbai, which is like a small nation and whatever, total COVID management and pandemic management is being done by the municipal corporation of Mumbai, not the state government. The state government is focusing on the other areas. But that is not the case in other cities, That should be the case. The urban area should exclusively be the responsibility of the municipal corporation or municipal body. But in the discourse, again, I find that, working with the urban local bodies, building their capacities, how Sphere can work with the urban local department, the urban department, and local bodies. I think I may be wrong. I wish I am wrong, but I found that missing. Secondly, as I said, Panchayati Raj institutions are the constitutional bodies through which we go out to the community and the villages. We talk of villages. It is very fanciful to mention about, villages.
Yeah, Anil sir,
I'll
you can close in another 1 minute or 2
Yes,
minutes.
I'll do that. I'm aware. I'm sorry for a little bit. But let me just mention that, we don't, talking of village level planning is very fanciful idea. But how do you reach out to lakhs and lakhs of villages, even in a district? It is very difficult. So I think we need to focus on the PRIs. So these are some of the areas, which I thought, let me say right in the beginning. Later on, if time permits, I'll come up with some more ideas. Thank you, Hina. Thank you. Wonderful to see all of you. It's a very good view.
Thank you so much, sir. That was quite insightful. Thanks for taking us through some of the impacts of the COVID. This session is largely about how we work with the government and coming out with some pointed inputs. Thanks for putting out your pointed inputs in terms of, multi-hazard planning at the district level and how important it is, and also on the role of PRIs. We would like to hear from other technical experts who have joined us for this session. Annie, if you can quickly take us through some of the succinct points. We've had so many discussions about it, and the floor is yours.
We can't hear you, Annie. We can't hear you. You have to unmute yourself. Please unmute.
Ma'am, we can't hear you. Can you try connecting an earphones? Maybe remove the earphones and try speaking through your speaker device only. Not really.
The time, I think Annie has some technical problems.
Okay, there is some other device through which she has connected, I believe. Yeah, can you unmute there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, now we can hear you.
You can hear. Okay. I'm so sorry about that.
Ma'am, 1 second. Can you disconnect the audio from your system and just switch on the video there? You can speak from the other device.
Yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah, you can turn your video on that device also. Just disconnect the
But
audio.
yeah, keep only one device connected. Yeah.
This was plan B and the plan B worked. So preparedness. Anyway, so thank you, Henna. Thank you, Sphere India. And it was my ambition from the last 5 or 6, ever since the last 6 years, to hear Professor Dr. Sinha. And I consider myself blessed to have had an opportunity to hear you, sir. Now, if I may go into mine, I understand we are short of time. So I'm not known to be a very sweet person. I'm a very hypercritical person. So in playing with my role, I would just like to introspect on what have we as IAG or NGOs or with the Geo-NGO network learned over the past 2 to 3 years. What exactly are we looking for? Are we trying to be a representation of all the NGOs? Are we looking at being another arm of the government to do whatever they would like to do in hard to reach places, hard to reach communities, etc.? Or are we trying to become partners with the government in whatever they're doing? Now, all of us, our Bible is that government is the owner of any kind of recovery activity or any development activity, and we fully believe in it. But how do we then portray ourselves or make ourselves into partners who the government would be interested in dealing with? One of the things that comes into my mind is, what is the value that we're bringing to the table? This is a question that I've heard asked by many state governments when we go to them. What is it that you're bringing to the table? Is it skills? Is it information? Or is it just extra hands? Is it money, funds, access to funds? Or are we just talking about our quick agility, our quick flexibility in moving from place to place, people to people, etc.? So what is the USP? What is the value addition that we are bringing to the table? And of late, Sphere India, I know, has been grappling with this problem. And that is how we have come to this thing of sectoral, building up centers of excellence, sectoral expertise, things like that, so that we can have something of value to tell the government that, okay, these are our areas of expertise, and this is where we can partner with you. If I remember right, when I was working with one of the state governments in bringing, in activating the Geo-NGO coordination platform, they were very hesitant about it till in a very candid discussion, one of them came up with, we don't want finances to be a part of this. We don't want this platform to be involved in giving out projects to people or to NGOs, because that will lead us to a totally different kind of activity altogether. Now, having understood that fear, then we removed that part from the Geo-NGO partnership, and we said that this would be a platform that would be talking about knowledge management, skills, information, etc., and would not be a platform for handing over projects to NGOs or people like that, because the government had burnt their fingers doing this earlier. So one of the things that I think we need to understand, apart from the aspirations, one very important factor is the fear of the government. In what are they facing? You see, the government does not want to be blindsided. That is what I've learned over the years. The government knows the problems. When we go to them with, oh, the women, the single-headed, women-headed households are having problems, the orphans are having problems. It's not that the government does not know about it. They are looking for solutions. Now, what are we going to be doing in terms of providing those solutions? So this is where we look at what is the fear that they're having. Is it the fear that, the government hasn't done its job? See, we as NGOs, we are telling you the gaps. Is it that? I heard this word acknowledgement in the presentation of Sphere India. They would acknowledge us, they do not acknowledge us, things like that. That itself gives a wrong connotation. Are we looking for acknowledgement? Which in turn goes to say that, okay, this was a gap that government had not done, and somebody else has pointed it out, and they're acknowledging that you've pointed it out. I honestly do not believe that's the way we go forward. It is not a question of gap finding, speaking about the gaps and them acknowledging it. It is more about helping each other find out how best pan state, pan people, pan sectors, how best can we approach the problem and ensure that there is equity, equality, and sustainability in our approaches. So there are a lot of things in these. Some of the words would, not for us, because we look at it through the lens of just disaster management, through the lens of just inclusion, but maybe for the government, it gives another connotation. For example, now I'm sure a lot of you who are true believers in the rights-based approach would find it easy to criticize me on this, but accountability to affected community. I worked with the Kerala government, I worked with a few other governments where they had an inherent knee-jerk response to those words, accountability to affected communities. Is there a way we can look at it to ensure that the services are provided, that the effectiveness of the services provided are in place, and not look at blame game or trying to say that, oh, this is a gap that we've identified. So some of these words, I know if I was in the government shoes or I've experienced the way people respond to these words, maybe we can look at how best we understand the sensitivity of these words to the government, what are their fears, and then also look at what are their aspirations and move forward in those ways. So that was the first one. The second one was a USP. We need to build our expertise because in most of the things, we are only duplicating whatever is happening. Providing relief materials to people in faraway areas, hard to reach areas, I understand. We are doing a very good job of it. But providing it to people where government is already working, are we not just duplicating it? So what are our strengths? It need not be the same across districts, but nevertheless, what are we known for? What are we saying that this is what we... JDNA, for example, why did the Kerala government say, okay, the NGOs can work with this? Because they found that the IAG had some expertise with it and they could do it. They put in their staff and the Kerala government said that this is one way we can train our staff in doing this. So maybe we should hone our skills in probably not everything, but at least a few things in some of those states and be known for it so that the government finds it as a value add to approach us and to approach us as partners rather than just as willing hands and open purse or very agile organizations that can help them out. The other factor to this is a credibility part. When we speak about districts, so you were speaking that this kind of work is needed in the districts, which I absolutely agree with you. However, having said that, there is a small issue with this, that unless the state introduces the NGO, this particular platform to the districts, the district collector will not acknowledge them or work with them. So we need to have an advocacy that is built up with the state. Now, how do we build up that? One could be just what happened, what Sarabjit was saying earlier. The Kerala government had initially not recognized Sphere India, but Sphere India changed its strategy, brought in Dr. Vinod Menon, who was a credible face of credibility as far as the government was concerned, and they were immediately accepted. And even though Dr. Menon then left their services, they are still continuing to be accepted. So one is that way that we can build up our credibility with them. The other way, again, which Sphere India has already tried out in Kerala, is a long-term engagement with the government. So even during peacetime, they have a person situated right at the government, at the state level, as well as at the district levels. So this constant engagement with the government and with the district collector has added to, one, the trust factor, and two, the credibility factor. So this means that they are part of the planning process itself. It's not that immediately after an emergency situation, about 10 to 12 people come in who do not know the area, who do not know the language, things like that. And the government finds it more difficult because they are high maintenance. They need a lot of assistance and support. But on the other hand, you have a person who's been part of the planning process itself. He or she knows what has been happening. So whoever you bring in after that, this person becomes the nodal officer. So this long engagement with the state and the district levels have had a lot to do with Sphere India being accepted so well in Kerala and in Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, MahaPicoNet has been working from quite some time, and they have also been accepted by the government to a great extent. So much so that at the district level, the district collector calls them directly and says, okay, these are the things that we require over here. Can you provide for it? And MahaPicoNet then talks to the various NGOs and ensures that the materials are brought to a common point. So there again, the long-term association engagement and the credibility that has been built up has led to this kind of freedom with which the collector can call them up and say, this is what we want. Can you see that this reaches here? So Sphere India, but two of the things that we do not generally talk about, because it seems very crass to talk about money, is a funding. So Sphere India, unfortunately, will not be able to fund people like this in all states, in all districts for such long periods of time. So either it is subsidized through some other activities that are happening over there, or it has to be funded by somebody. So this is one very delicate area which we do not, I know we do not have solutions to. Nevertheless, if we can take on, say, capacity building. So you were speaking about PRIs being very important part, and which we found even in Kerala, they did a tremendous job when it came to not only PRI, even the CBOs like the Kudumbasri did a tremendous job when it came to COVID. Now, they need to be trained on this. So if Sphere India can take on a long-term engagement with the government, saying we will train these people over the next 2 years, you pay us for this, and that payment then subsidizes the cost of the people who they are stationing in that state, then maybe that is a give and take kind of a thing where we kill two birds with one stone. We build up our position as a capacity building expert, as well as we have people who are well in the know of what is happening at the state and the district levels. And the other thing, sir, that Sir and Sarabjit were speaking about is the knowledge management. What is it that we are providing to the government as knowledge? You spoke about people who've been left out. You spoke so emotionally about the people who do not have a roof to sleep under, the children. What do we know about them? We speak about evidence-based advocacy. Where is the evidence that we are talking about? Can Sphere India, on its own, take up studies like this, which would be of use to the government, not only for now, but also for meeting future disasters. And say, this is the evidence we've picked up from the various states. These are the kinds of things that we can do for this, and then talk to the government on how the relief codes and all that can be revisited to accommodate these emerging needs. But for that, Sphere India will have to take the first step. They will have to go forward and say, this is a study that we're going to. And for this, we have a lot of NGOs at the grassroots levels who will be able to tell us about the emerging concerns, the emerging needs, and the requirements. So now we pick up a few of these and say, these are the things that we are going to study across the country. And then we will use this as evidence for advocacy and for revisiting the relief codes and things like that. So these are some of the steps where the government would welcome this kind of support and information, and they would not see it as a threat either, as long as we do not go to the media and say, oh, see it 4 years down the line and so many people have been missed out. So if we can avoid that, look at partnership in the right sense of the word, look at all these things with a foresight. Another aspect, climate change. The other aspect that you spoke about, sir, which I feel very strongly about, is what have we looked at in this back-to-back disasters, and how has that affected us? How has it affected our SDGs? Mana that we are not into development, but somewhere disasters, these continuous disasters, has very badly affected our development. Do we know how it's affected it? Shouldn't we find out how it's affected it and look at what can be done? And that can not only build into the emergency, it can also build into the development roles of the NGOs themselves, the development activities of the NGOs themselves. So instead of looking
I think you've got muted. You have got muted. Kindly
yes. So, so I think it would be a good thing to look at the impact of back-to-back disasters on development itself. Look at it in terms of SDGs. Look at it in terms of development economics. Now, development economics is something we've never dabbled in. So can we look at that? And that is a knockout punch, because the money, the bottom line, is what most governments would be interested in. So in development economics, you're doing all this, and what is the wastage or what is expenditure which is robbing our development? Probably it would make, it would give us a better kind of a rapport with them. So these are areas where we can, with foresight, look at how we can help the government revisit certain long-held beliefs, myths, or action plans, etc. The last point is, sorry, my kitten, climate change. I think in most states, climate change, environment comes together, forestry comes together, and disaster management. So can we do an analysis of, over the last 5 years, what has been the different types of changes that has been brought in terms of temperature, in terms of wet days, or whatever it is, and how is that being correlated with disasters? And if it is being correlated with disasters, which are the emerging hotspots? Which are the emerging states? And start working from there. So we will have at the national level, as well as at the state level, and at the state, from the state level to the district level, because there are so many areas in Kerala itself where we have found that 2 years before, where there were landslides, and we did a study on vulnerability analysis, the district that was affected currently came under the one of the districts that were the most safe. So the changing factors are affecting us so rapidly that we need to be on our feet. And these are studies that we can keep doing, for which we need skills and we need the finances. But I'm sure finances will not be a problem, provided that the skills and the information that can be provided are things that can be of immense use to all of us. So rather than being constrained by our item number 1, agenda number 2, agenda number 3, we also need to be looking at how to blur the lines between the different things like climate change and this, see how best we can use our skills and our knowledge, etc., to estimate what could happen. Build different scenarios. We have so many IT professionals. Otherwise, HCL is one of the members of Sphere India. They would be very happy to do simulation exercises for us. So if we can do things like what has been the precipitation pattern, not the rainfall pattern, but just the precipitation pattern, and then build different scenarios through simulation exercises, through people who are ready to help us. Present that to that state government. Would they not be happy to have it? So there are very many things that we can, looking forward, using technology, using the different kinds of skills that we do have with us, either through our corporate members or through our own NGO members or individuals, and see how best we can look forward, not build it on what we know through backward looking exercises, but forward looking exercises. So I would end over here before Henna comes and tells me I have only 1 minute more to go. So I'm sorry if I've said anything to hurt you, but I sincerely feel that there's lots that we can do. There's lots that the government is looking forward to from us. Are we able to fit into those boots or not? Is something that we have to think about quite critically and introspect. So, and I'm sure Sphere India will do a great job with it. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Annie, for your critical, candid, and frank confessions. And we have taken note of all your recommendations and coming with a lot of experience also of having a wider perspective of what the government wants, what the government needs. Thank you so much for sharing those concerns with us. I'm sure there are many questions that other participants also have, but we would request them to kind of be on hold, and we have 2 other speakers. We would like to invite Prustiji now to share his perspective on working with the government and how has it been. Now, Prusti sir has been a former, Sphere. So he is our stalwart, and he is the one who has been our founder chief. And we would like to have his perspectives. Can we have him sit here then? Because this is Prusti ji, आप यहाँ पे बैठ सकते हैं. This is कैमरा के सामने. वहां से विजिबल नहीं होगा, यहाँ से सब देख सकेंगे आपका.
No, बहुत लंबा बैठा है ना. So I think by standing also you'll feel better. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to see a few of my old friends, but many new faces, new friends, and all that. And a lot of insightful discussions. In fact, I decided to come a little early to get a glimpse of what kind of discussion taking place. So I was here since 2 o'clock, and I learned a lot of things, and everything that was being talked, and I was getting a sense of fulfillment. I'll say that some 20 years back, when we imagined a coalition like Sphere, we envisioned many things, and many things of that has happened. And today it's a good feeling, and I feel proud that we have been able to do this. And now when Annie speaks so emphatically that we ought to do many more things, and these are the things she listed out, and Anil Sinha sir was mentioning about some critical aspects. It was all expectations. So these are the signals that when you grow, when you do good work, the expectations get built up, and we ought to energize ourselves to fulfill those expectations. I think I've been asked to talk about working with the government. before that, I'll take a slight digression to share with you that what is a coalition? What is coalition means? Coalition is a group of individuals and organizations working on a particular theme or purpose, or a couple of themes and purpose for focused action, so that we can complement the whole piece. In a society, there are a lot of things are happening. So through a coalition, we'll pursue one thing, and then we'll fit into the other pieces, and then we'll be able to bring a better contribution to the society. This is where I was trying to define a coalition we envisioned Sphere 20 years ago. What was that time? We were discussing a group of humanitarian organizations, and it happened all in the turn of the century in 2000, 2001, and all these discussions. And little before that, 97, we were discussing at the global level about Sphere. And those days, it was called the Sphere Handbook is the Bible of humanitarian professionals, humanitarian actors. And this discussion was going on in Geneva. And unfortunately, the discussion going on in Geneva and in India, nobody was knowing. 3 years down the line, I was feeling suffocated that what we're talking in Geneva, and the people don't know what is Sphere is in India. Then in one of the discussions, I said that India is a home to almost all disasters. Whatever disaster that has been seen in the world, it happens. At that time, tsunami, of course, had not happened, so no one knew about tsunami. And then, second thing, we also talked that look at any type of humanitarian organizations, international organization, they do work in India. So when all actors are in India and all incidents are taking place in India, there is a need for coming together and doing it better. Then the next question we also started talking that if we all these humanitarian actors, both internationally, nationally, and locally, because in any disaster in India, the local organization will immediately jump out and start working and all that in a remarkable manner. Those things were very visible from ancient times. So we say that when international, national, and local organizations are so vibrant and so active in this, if we put out all our resource, both knowledge and financial resource, this is less than 1% of the resource that what government deploys in any disaster. So there is a need that we work with the government, and that is the time when Mr. Sinha came into picture. And in fact, this discussion when it was taking place, Mr. Sinha was there in our in the middle of our discussion. He was there. He was the Government of India's senior official representing the disaster management, and that touched him, and he realized that this is important, and government need to extend hands to the humanitarian players to work in the humanitarian crisis in a collaborative way. So, what is the purpose of collaboration? We say that we will not compete, we'll collaborate, we'll cooperate, we'll learn from each other, and we'll respond, so that our purpose is to come to rescue, come to the help of the needy, the affected community. That what we talked about, the accountability, the affected community. That was one of the prime thing. So then Mr. Sinha said that, Mr. Sinha agreed that, okay, there has to be a formalization of cooperation between the humanitarian community and the country. I remember we were trying to pursue it with the Ministry of Home Affairs, and Mr. Sinha was that time the executive director of the NCDM, National Center for Disaster Management, was working on this high-powered committee recommendations, and then the principles of building disaster management ecosystem in India. He was part of that think tank, and he said that now let me work on it. And very proud to say, Mr. Sinha will never tell it openly. It was Mr. Sinha who walked into the then Home Secretary's office and sat with him and made him convinced that this is important that the government of India join hands with this type of initiative. And thus, the government of India became a part of Sphere India coalition. Today, we're so proud that we say that we are a government, non-government coalition. And then NIDM was the ministry's letter also says, that letter is there with Vikrant probably there. A letter says that NIDM will be the representative of the government of India in this coalition. And we had this coalition built. And many of you probably do not know, this is one coalition which is inclusive. It has all types of organizations member, UN organization, national NGOs, international NGOs, local NGOs, and various kinds of structures like your national structure, state structure, district structure, and all that. And someday probably there will be some local structure will also emerge and all that. So all these things are there. And this is the another important feature of this coalition is it is democratic. Very few networks, coalitions, and all that, you will not find this democratic way. There are a lot of arguments, upheavals, and disagreements, and all that. In spite of that, it has stayed democratic. And it was a struggle to make it democratic, building the constitution and building the process. It was a hard struggle, but it has happened, and it is test of time. Today, we are a democratic, inclusive institution. While saying that inclusive institution, we say that, okay, at national level, we have been make it necessarily inclusive, but at the state level and the district level, we ought to make it inclusive. So therefore, one of the character is that it is an inclusive organizations because it champions the principle of collaboration, principle of cooperation, and working together. So that is the kind of spirit with which we have to move. So when we become inclusive organizations and collaborative in spirit, then negotiating with the government becomes better. And some may in the government might say that it is comfortable to work with this couple of people, so let me work with them. But that is not the state policy or state vision. You will see that when they will say that it is an inclusive structure, they will be automatically, or they will be forced by their morality to work with a structure like this. So that is my submission. Now coming back to the main point. While working in the government with the government, first of all, we humanitarian actors, as I said, that our resource levels are a fraction and all that. Their resource levels are greater. We ought to work with them because we want, our purpose is to create impact at the affected community at that level. So while doing that, because we are working in smaller way, in a limited geography, with a targeted community, our work often is intensive. And when government works in a larger area, government works are more universal in nature. So therefore, the good practices, the knowledge, the nuances of working in a targeted manner in the most vulnerable community is available with us. And this knowledge, we must take it to the government. And then how do we do that mechanism of taking this knowledge to the government? We have this knowledge management. So in a coalition, we have got collaborative advocacy is one of our purpose. The other is inclusive collaboration or the participation, cooperation, that structure. The third, we are talking about knowledge management, creating good practices and taking it to the stakeholders. And another thing which is emerging very fast now with this CSR coming in, we have seen that the corporate sector is also coming forward, and the corporate sector in the last few years, you have seen the corporate sector's response to disasters have been pretty sizable and all. So how we can work together in this tri-sector, and government organization, non-government organization, and the business organization, how they can work together. And in Sphere, we have demonstrated that we are able to work together by working with the corporate and all that kind of thing. But while doing this, one challenge comes that there is a lot of organized, a lot of members. They expect that by joining hands in a platform, in a coalition, probably I'll have better access to resource. The resource is a breaker. Accessing resource or ambitions towards accessing resource is a breaker in the coalition building. It is never a kind of strong point, or it doesn't really promote us to create a coalition. So that is one temptation that we have to resist. So we have tried in the past also that will not promote funding or funding related things. We'll work heavily on knowledge. We'll work heavily on collaborative practices and all that kind of things that we'll do. Then next thing, working with the government, my experience, I'll tell 45 years. In fact, I started with government. So there is something called, I always say that government is work in government, work with government, and work for government. These are three aspects of working with the government. When you work in government, you get stifled within the government system and all that. So that's one experience. And when you work for the government, you work like a consultant. You come and prepare something with the terms of reference and all that, and you give the report. It is up to the government to accept or not accept that. But when you work with the government, there is a great hope, because you are not affected by the bureaucracy of the government, and you are not a very structured TOR based kind of thing that you have done, and you have submitted your works, submitted your report or deliverables, and then you bye-bye. Working with the government is a relationship. And in a collaboration like ours should focus on working with the government. That is one thing. And then at what level we work in the government. You know, we work at national level, state level, district level, local level. But my experience tells me, many of you will agree, and many of you may not agree also, that the cutting edge level is the district. And Sarabjit was very clearly mentioning today also, emphatically focusing on this point. And Anil sir also was mentioning that how important is the district. So this cutting edge level district and a district collector, in generally a young bureaucrat. I'm not talking about the promotees, but if you look at the IS, bulk of the collectors are IS, they are collector at a very young age. And that is the time when they're full of spirit, enthusiasm, and desire to bring change. They want to make themselves as a change maker in the society. And that is the time that collector looks for knowledge, ideas, hand-holding, that kind of thing. So in that district location, if you go and join hands, you become a friend in the journey of the human development, a journey in the journey of social development. And that is that you fulfill that desire. And that relationship will continue. And whoever has nurtured this kind of relationship with a collector at a district level, I'm sure the relationship has been able to get strengthened and built up over the years and all that. I have sensed there are a lot of young collectors with whom I have worked several years ago, today at their very senior level, and I have got the kind of relationship, kind of mutual respect that is remarkable. So these are all kind of cultivation that humanitarian organization as a genuine humanitarian actor we ought to do. Then the next point I like to highlight is that DDMAs are district is a cutting edge and DDMA is the structure, but DDMA is weak. I think we should not hesitate to say that DDMA disaster management structure is the weakest link. National level, we have got NIDM, we have got NDMA and all that, working groups, this, that, everything we have. SDMA is fairly being done and all that, although some states still SDMAs have to be built properly. But DDMA is by and large weak and all that. Today, they say that we don't have people. The general argument was that we don't have people, disaster management professionals are not there. Today in the country, there are several universities offering disaster management courses, post-degree courses as well as postgraduate courses. Many are coming with international qualifications. Many are being trained by the various organizations. So there is no dearth of disaster management skill set in the country today. So this is a time that we advocate very strongly, we lobby very strongly, we pursue with the government very strongly to create a disaster management cadre. And these people who are getting trained by the universities, they'll go and do the job and all that. So if that can happen, then we'll be able to get the DDMA stronger. Anil sir, I think he will agree with me on this point that we have to push this agenda very, very strongly. So like this, we have to work. And the last but not the least, couple of points, that in the government, when you work, you'll have to look for a champion. Who is that champion in the government? It is not necessary or it is not right to say that government doesn't work. Our government is like an elephant. It is very difficult to shake and is very difficult to define what is a government. But if you are able to shake this huge animal and elephant will dance, just see when elephants start dancing, everything will shake and you will see the difference. So as a coalition, you will put our might together to work with the government to bring this combined might and will shake the system, that disaster management governance system that will be able to shake. This is my conviction, and this I have seen in some places, and you all youngsters will definitely be able to push this agenda. But while doing this, who can really come to your support, come to your rescue? A rescue, that person is going to be a good human being in the system. And in the government, you will invariably find there are good people. It is wrong to say that government, nothing happens, people are bad. In the society, we have got three kinds of people. Value negative people who creates bad name. There are value negative organization, value negative people in NGOs also, for which we have also got bad name. There are value negative people in the business. There are value negative people in the government, but they are always in minority. My experience, my 45 years of working in government, with government and for government, this is my experience. There are value negative people who are in minority. There are value positive people. And because of these people, we are able to push new things and bring innovation and all those things. But bulk of the people are value neutral. This is unfortunate. Because we are always in search of our livelihood. If I take a position, my livelihood is at stake, my job chala jayega, मेरे को transfer कर दिया जाएगा, boss के साथ relation खराब हो जाएगा. All these kind of hazards we anticipate, and then we compromise and we stay value neutral. That value neutral attitude creates all problems. So how we create this value positive orientation, and you will always find in working with the government, you will find a value positive person in the the whole governmental system, and you make him your friend. And that friend will steer you, and that friend will take you forward, and you will be able to make a difference. And this I have experimented in my career. I have worked with people. Today, at the highest, your highest level bureaucrat in this country, my relationship got built when he was a collector. I'm very proud to say that. And there are many chief secretaries, many secretaries in the government with whom I built a correct relationship, not personal relationship, a professional, mutual, respectable relationship, because I worked with him when they were at that cutting edge level. So this is my submission to you all. And if you can pursue it, we can make a difference. Build this coalition as one of the biggest coalition. And today we have got 70 organizations, but when we designed it, I was dreaming of 700,000 organization, not 700,000 organization as member of Sphere, but member of various structures. We envisioned IAG. We decided that IAG will be independent of Sphere, because we did not want to make this a bigger organization's bureaucracy influencing other organizations. Because when your organization becomes bigger, bureaucracy comes in. So we wanted these organizations to stay smaller and also independent and all that. So IAG we created. So IAG members, state IAG members, district IAG members, peer national members, all these together will have 700,000. All those. And today we talked about the nexus between development and disaster. So all these organizations are working. So we'll come together. Then the other way of coming together is that you create network of network. Today we are disaster management is a cross-cutting theme, and that's why we have come together. But there are also thematic networks. There are food security networks. There is a WAS network. There is child right network. There women's gender-related network. There are several. There are livelihood networks. There are several networks. And all these networks, there cannot be any network or there cannot be any organization who is not impacted by disasters. So they have a role. So we have to work with those networks and bring them on board with our networks through some kind of instrument of engagement. So that is the way we'll promote, propagate this humanitarian ecosystem, collaborative engagement in the humanitarian ecosystem. That's the way we'll be able to take it together. Last point, climate. Climate change is a new thing. Is last about 15, 20 years, we have been talking of climate change. The work is by and large in research, publication, workshops, and planning. There's very little thing is done on action. That what happens when this climate change takes place, and what happens at the bottommost level, what happens to the life of people at the household level, at the individual level. So that demystification is necessary, and I'll urge that Sphere must work very diligently on linking the climate change impact at the decentralized, at the community level, and that what are the kind of actions that is necessary to respond or to really use what do we call climate change adaptation, that how this adaptation can take place. That is important, and that we must be mindful of that. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I stressed myself forcibly in spite of the warning that I've got 5 minutes, 1 minute and all that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prusty sir, for that very exhaustive and presentation on working with the government. Thanks for sharing your wisdom. And we are already exceeding our time, but we have Shishikant Chopadeji, who will also share his perspective on how he envisions Sphere, getting into some of the works, working with the government, and which are those spaces that he feels that Sphere can work together with the government. Over to you, Shishiji.
Yeah. Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you, Sphere, for welcoming me. And it's an honor to be talking about the very close to my heart theme of working with government. And I am delighted to see many known faces. Anil ji, I have had the privilege of interacting with him in conferences in Bihar and at the national conferences. Prishti ji, we've been interacting for almost a decade now, and it's always learning, great learning whenever I interact with him. Annie, I look forward to interacting with you more frequently as part of association with Sphere that I have joined. This network is actually fantastic network. Today, after hearing Prishti ji and hearing Anil Sinha ji, I learned a lot of things, and other participants also. I learned a lot of things about the network itself. So it has been a very steep learning curve for me as regard doing the network. So I believe it's very rich, very diverse, and has extensive coverage in the country, and not just geographically, but even sectorally. So there is an opportunity to leverage this network to promote resilient development. Resilient development is very close to my heart. It's my favorite topic, and I've been working on that for almost a decade and a half across various levels, at the national level, state level, and at district level, and I have worked closely with the departments and the ministries. So I present my views on opportunities to work with government from the perspective of my favorite area, that is the resilience building. So I have a small presentation. Let me put that. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, it is. Please make it full screen. Yeah, fine. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Just a minute. I'm sorry, it's got stuck.
Sir, do you want me to assist you in this? I can share screen if required.
Yeah,
I
please,
have the
please
PPT.
do. I think, yeah, I can go ahead with my screen itself.
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
please.
Okay, so as I was, I mentioned earlier, I'm going to talk about climate and disaster resilience, how to integrate that in policy and practice. That is a niche area. I thought, to engage, that is a niche area to engage with the government at various levels. So having worked closely with governments at various levels, both disaster, climate, and in the development sector, development departments, I see lack of capacity at the lower levels, also lack of access to knowledge, relevant practical knowledge for integrating disaster and climate resilience into development programming and implementation. So my presentation would focus on these three aspects. In doing so, I'm not suggesting something drastically different than what the network is already doing, or in terms of the structure. There are identified areas of sphere, for example, wash, shelter, housing. There are, can we think of new sectors? Because urban development is also a new area. Urban resilience is also a new area. And with rapid urbanization, I think there is a need and scope for promoting urban resilience, not just into the sectors, but we need to look across sectors. For example, in the recent, damage and loss assessment study, which was done by Sphere, and many other studies in past in which I have been associated with, there is a need to look at cross-sectoral issues. When a water supply system fails, there could be reasons for failure, such as power failure. Likewise, one can draw many interlinkages between sectors to see how to promote resilience. Resilience at core for me is business continuity. Having minimal disruptions, given the climate change and disruptions caused by disasters. How can we minimize the disruptions in functioning of entities? Sphere is already having a good partnership and it's a very sound network. Can we add new organizations to infuse, this blood of resilience? Those have been working in the sphere of climate and disaster resilience. Can we think of including them, while also working along with the existing partners and networks? And government, we learned Sphere is working with, at the central level, Ministry of Home Affairs, NDMA, NIDM, Jal Shakti also. Can we think of engaging with MOUD? Or because, given the need to intervene in urban resilience, I think MOUD and NIUA, National Institute of Urban Affairs, would be very, very important to link with. Also, rural development. We are anyway working in rural areas, so it will be good to link up with Rural Development Department, which has many, many flagship programs which can be looked at on ways to promote resilience through them. And then Sphere has been working with SDMAs, GDMAs, and sectoral departments. So can we also think of, linking them strongly on resilience? As regard resources, Sphere already has established an academy. Along with NIDM, can Sphere think of, training programs on resilience building jointly to increase its reach of, resilience activities in the country? And also online training platforms, certification modules and certification programs. So the approach has to be collaborative. No single organization will have all the needed capacities. And given this wonderful network, I think collaboration is the key word there. We already have identified, Sphere has already identified sectoral leads and coordinators. So in addition to working, with them, can we think of, additional sectoral leads and coordinators to steer, the resilience process, building process? Now, specifically to activities, what Sphere can engage in. I think for promoting resilience, we need strong risk screening tools. We need strong planning tools. We need strong development tools, project development tools, and we need strong appraisal tools and also financing instruments. So, and there is lot of concepts, tools, and approaches floating around in the world. can we look at those tools, concepts and approaches and do few studies that could actually aid the government to promote resilience. There are some tools already in place, but I'm talking about a complete set of tools, from planning to developing projects to appraisal to financing. That's a complete cycle. So we could think of that study that would be useful for government and especially useful for government at the lower levels where actually capacity is lacking. So once we assess the tools, once we have reviewed the tools, these are the tools available internationally and best practices that can be used to understand the status and scope for infusing resilience in various sectors. Our existing structures, wash, shelter, etc., and new sectors, urban, etc. And it doesn't need to be just literature review or desk-based work. It has to be combined with primary assessments from the field based on damages cost. How can we improve resilience, increase resilience so that the damages, losses and damages can be reduced to future disasters in future. Here climate change comes into picture with increasing intensity, as you know, increasing intensity and frequency of disasters due to climate change. There is a need for a tool, planning in the wake of uncertainty. There are standardized approaches which have been practiced, but at a very pilot scale. Can this network, such a rich and diverse network with extensive coverage from national to local, promote such tools? Also, specific targeted policy briefs can be thought of, which would be useful for existing existing sectors, and also on individual DM phases. And for that, we could select priority hazards based on some criteria and regions to cover diversity of geographic areas, hilly, plains and coastal. So there is lot of assessments, work, review that is required, and I think government would welcome that. And because it aids access to knowledge as well as enhances their capacity to promote resilience through planning, developing projects and financing. On financing aspect, specifically, shelter. Sphere is already working in shelter. And if you look at damages to housing sector due from disasters, it is the second costliest sector which incurs damage. Like the cost of damage is second, and it's huge damage. But if you look at insurance as a financing instrument, is insurance publicly funded like it is funded for agriculture sector, especially for poor? No. Can we think of an idea to and work with partnership with various agencies, including finance specialists and the insurance companies, to promote? And we don't need to work parallelly to the government. We could do pilots, demonstrate, and then influence policies the way they need to be implemented, communicate. I think there is also a lot of scope, good scope, to look at various missions, programs. For example, smart cities, for Manrega has been thoroughly studied, as to how it can aid resilience building. But there are other programs and missions, Housing for All or Awas Yojana or Smart Cities, etc., etc. And one could look at these program documents, mission documents, the structures, institution structures, the target criterias and priorities, and come up with recommendations on strengthening this guidelines on these missions programs at the national level. So appropriate missions can be identified, programs can be identified, and we could undertake assessments for understanding the scope for resilience building in those. There's a need to make disaster management plans climate smart, disaster smart. Some pilot work has been done here and there, but it needs to be taken up, countrywide. We will not do it, but we'll demonstrate it. So can the network think of picking up certain states, and in certain states, certain districts, and work on, together with the government and other stakeholders, work on making them climate smart as a pilot thing? Then just doing these studies and assessments would not help. It has to be communicated, packaged and communicated. So one way is through consultations, roundtables with government at various levels to discuss, deliberate on the findings, and for wider reach through media advocacy. We need to hold consultations based on the findings with targeted departments, whichever sectors we select. And at end, can we think of, all this, there's a good deal of knowledge that will come out on planning, basically various aspects of resilience building, facets, I'll say, dimensions. Can we think of building a resilience wiki where actually everybody gets benefited? Thank you. Before the last slide, I thought, that was the last slide. Sorry. Then we can think of, developing capacity building modules jointly with NIDM, as I said, and also NIUA, Urban Affairs, and deliver training programs through the modules developed through the academy in joint partnership with these two premier institutions in the country. There are also other training institutions like at the state level, ATIs and DMCs, disaster management cells within ATIs. So can we work with government to deliver training programs, NIDM jointly with NIDM and NIUA. So those were my few thoughts, and would love to get feedback from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shashikant ji. Very insightful. And thanks for sharing some of the proposed actions where you feel that Spare India can strengthen the role and work in partnership with the government. Thank you so much. I'm sure we leave the floor open for questions now. In case we have any questions from the hall, for those of you who have joined us physically or those who are there on the online, we still have 21 to 22 participants on the online. So it's 6 already, so 5:45. So in case we can have some questions, we'll be happy to take up some questions before we hand it over to Prasad sir and Vikrant sir for the final wrap up and closure.
see the word partnership from any, a positivity word from Prustiji, and the knowledge management word from Sashikant, I would like to quote here a very good example from Gujarat in 2017. When government was starting this PM Awas Yojana there at state level, so they were developing their guideline, design, everything, who will do what and what will be the designs for these shelters, what will be done. So what happened, they had meeting with NGO partners, with IAGs and other NGO partners. So they invited them to just spread the awareness related to this program. So our own IAG members, Hunar Shala, they were there and they proposed ki like this design we can modify. So the positivity, ki they never said ki this design is wrong. We need the more safe design for our community while we are going for the new construction. So definitely we have good opportunity to advocate safe construction there. So they offered ki we will design for you. So they have prepared 5 prototypes based on the different geography of Gujarat and provided that technical support to government and trained all the district level and taluka level engineers who were supposed to look after this program. So now within these 3-4 years, these 5 prototypes are working. More than lakhs and lakhs houses are constructed through those safe designs.
Thank you so much.
This is a positive.
This is a very positive example also, and very apt also for this particular session, and what a comparative that you have drawn. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Anybody here? We have a lot of young people who have joined our team. Are there any questions from any of our team members? Lekha, Ria, Varsha, Altamash?
Ma'am, I'm Altamash. Actually, it's not a question. I just would like to reiterate. I mean, Prushti sirs mentioned that young graduates, postgraduates in DM disaster management need to be trained and utilized in emergencies also. I was also personally feeling like in COVID, I mean, in my own district in Gaya, I felt that I should go, I mean, to the district collector and offer myself that I'm a postgraduate and you can utilize my skills when I was not having any commitment with any of the organization. So I think and also sir mentioned that there should be a special cadre for DM professionals. So for last 2-3 years, I'm thinking of it very, very closely, and I'm in different meetings and seminars. I feel that it should be proposed. I mean, the government should be proposed with this agenda. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Altamash. A lot has been discussed in the previous sessions also on this, and Prustiji also noted it, that to build a cadre of people and how SPARE also needs to complement government in terms of creating that, and with Radar also Prasadji is very much here, so how they can also get engaged in this.
As you just mentioned, they were all even Anilji, Annie, madam, they were all focusing on the district level activities. So basic thing is the district collectors or district magistrates they are the leaders of that area. So basically, I think NDMA, they had proposed a handbook in 2010, role of NGOs in disaster management. And probably, I think only NGOs who are working in this field know about that book and not the bureaucrats. So ideally, in their trainings, because now this part on how to engage the NGOs should be a part of the training. I think Anilji can have a make some moves towards that. And also coming to what said about DDMAs, especially the deputy collectors who come to DDMA, basically have no idea about how to manage a disaster, because they come from different revenue structures. So I think now this, if we have a good training for this bureaucrat and government revenue officials, definitely the NGOs will be more involved. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, a very important point.
Let me add a thing. Hello. Hello, I am Bashir from Kerala.
Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Actually, I just want to add a point to the previous speaker. Because in Kerala, in all districts, there are IAG groups in all the taluk level. They are formed committees, and they are working very well. Especially, I belongs to Ernakulam district of Kerala. In our district, we have active committees in all the taluk levels.
Bashir, in your 14 notified IAGs, district IAGs, are these capacity building programs happening for different levels of, officials or, maybe senior officials and intermediate officials and junior?
Actually, we formed taluk level committees in last year, and this year they are very active, and they are planning to conduct trainings and capacity building programs. I'm also working in a revenue office. I'm a village officer and also part of an NGO at the same time.
Thank you so much, Bashir. Thank you. Are there any other insights? Dhananjay, you want to make any point? Okay. Anybody else? So, yeah.
Yeah, hello, myself. Yeah, can I?
Please.
Yeah, myself, Hemanta from NEET, Assam. So in IIG case, we have that Assam IIG group, and I think 16 or 17, we had organized capacity building IIG in Majuli, that organized by RVC Dhemaji. So that thing we hear more than 16 NGOs and other, we have invited the DDMA, District Disaster Management Authority, and their this one field officer, and other whoever local partners, they have also participated. So in initial state, we have started our Majuli IIG this one group, and it is actually going on now. That initiative is taken by Royal Volunteer Center Dhemaji, that is Louis Goswami sir is there. So that's why I want to share with you. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing your experiences. The last one.
Yeah. My name is Parameshwar. My question is for Shashikant ji. Then you are talking about promoting some trainings through online. Okay, then I am ready to volunteer with you. Then as soon as I become a Sphere India member. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And I hand it over to now Vikrant. And yeah.
Right. So hi, I'm Dhananjay, and first of all, greetings to everyone. And I'm really humbled to be here because I started with Sphere, and it's a great pleasure to come back here and be in this insightful place of learning. So this is in reference to the earlier session we were having, wherein we talked about JRNAs and how big an achievement it is to move from joint assessment, from single organization doing assessment in other countries to a joint assessment. And on JRNAs, I had a point that while we do conduct these JRNAs, these have to be also standardized and centralized, that so that we can reflect back on the data sometimes, which is presented over the period of time. Let's say we had a flood in a state, and after 2 years, while we are comparing the data at the present moment, then the questions in the past JRNA might not be in reflection with the present date. And that makes comparing it a little difficult. And then imagine the extent which we have in different states across different disasters. So I think the solution to this would be to collate and identify the baseline and cross-cutting questions which go along in all sectors. And then we also leave a scope for contextualized areas of wherein we can put in questions for specific disasters. We can have one for cyclone, which goes across similar geographies, and then we can have similar for drought. And I think that's my suggestion. And we did work on that with Sphere support, and Divya ma'am was there. So thank you for that. And thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. Well, it's 10 minutes to 6. So it's 50 minutes past the time. I won't take too much. Just acknowledge Dhananjay. It was something which was very nice to come from the young humanitarians over here. That is also because the issue of data or lack of appropriate data on the basis of which we design our responses, it becomes a big lacuna. And to have the baselines sorted out within the normal periods is something that could be taken up right away, I would say. I mean, assessments are fine, but assessments, if they keep on taking time, I mentioned earlier about the trade-off. If the assessments keep on taking time, we need to depend upon these baselines, which also tell us about the underlying causes of disaster. And that's why the baselines are important. What I'm trying to emphasize here is that the chronic issues are not necessarily picked up in the assessments, which can be interpreted from the baselines, and the actions could be taken up thereupon when we say that the responses are integrated with early recovery from day one. So that's super important and needs to be taken up. I'll just quickly talk about the 3 sessions that we've had. We already have the flip charts, and I take the liberty to say that you all can add to those points over here from the learnings that we have got throughout the day. You can sleep over that maybe, and maybe when you come back tomorrow morning, you can still add with a different pen perhaps, so that it tells that it's a new learning. That might happen. Let these flip charts be there as it is. We'll tell the organizers, the housekeepers as well, so that people can come back and refer to them. What I would like to say over here is that there were 3 sessions: assessment, coordination, and working with government. Cadre, building, nurturing, developing, retaining, sustaining a cadre is super important, absolutely important. Whether it is for the specific activity like assessments could be many. There could be PDNA, there could be midterm evaluation, that could keep coming on. But developing a cadre is super important. And we need to see as to how we go ahead with that. There were issues which were mentioned, critical points. We need to identify people who are available and who are willing to get on with these assessment processes, or even the coordination related aspects. The PM disaster management agenda, it talks about localization. We have been talking about localization since the first session. We need to look at this cadre, particularly because when it comes to district or when it comes to taluka level, we don't find the right kind of people. We want people to be there, but what is it that will keep the people there? That's again something which is a point of concern, I would say. There are no good kind of people over there because there is no employment. If there is something, if there is a greener pasture which beckons them at the town, at the district, at the city level, then it is obvious that you won't be left with people who would take up these kind of roles when push comes to shove. So can we think of creating these assessment and coordination related things as green jobs for these people who would continue to stay? Now, this is our selfishness. We are in the cities. We want people to stay in the rural areas, in the taluka places. And then we will quote that Mahatma Gandhi had said, go back to the villages. Absolutely selfish. But are we ready to create these positions as green jobs for those who stay back at the taluka level, at the village level? We talked about the GPDPs and a whole lot of things, but who is going to do it? There's going to be a lot of turnover, obviously. So can we think of having a resilience fund which would support these people to be there at the taluka level, at the panchayat level, and then take up these causes when, as I said, push comes to shove? So There is an issue in terms of identifying, there is issue in terms of sensitizing people. वेदना और संवेदना की जो बात हुई थी वो बिल्कुल सही और सटीक बात थी. It's about orientation, orientating the people, and it's about equipping them. So many tools are there. I mean, I myself get perplexed, not just surprised. कि इसमें से कौन सा चुनना है? There's so many tools are there. How to ensure the relevance of the tools for the different causes, and how then to equip people with these most appropriate tools which would come handy during the disaster times. So identifying people, sensitizing them, orientating them, and equipping them is necessary. And this is what is going to help the cadre, which I consider as green jobs, for assessment or for coordination. That's something which I would like to emphasize. Another thing, well, I talked about it. When we are into the processes of coordination, it's about inculcating the perspective that resilience is not a standalone thing. Resilience is part and parcel of the development process. So any organization which is working on development needs to build that resilience perspective. And there is no organization bigger than the government, which is a development organization by itself. So it is obvious that government needs to build in this resilience perspective, which is not there at the moment. We have to accept it. And then accordingly, we need to work on it. How the assessments would help in building that perspective, how the coordination will help in inculcating that perspective, and how working with government would help in nurturing and reinforcing that perspective. And to ensure that it is not just about, I mean, why we say capacity building, I would rather change that word. I mean, it's a derogatory word, capacity building. We could say capacity reinforcement. कि आपके पास है, what we are doing is reinforcing the capacities. Capacity sharing is also, I mean, that's fine. सहयोग की बात है. But if we talk about reinforcement, it is about something that we are again sharing, which we are bringing in, which will help the cause. That's why the reinforcement. मतलब RCC जो है, RCC structures जो है, reinforced cement concrete, तो उसमें झगड़ा स्टील और सीमेंट में नहीं होता है. किसकी वजह से ज्यादा मजबूती आ गई है, चाहे वो सलिया कौन सा भी हो, झगड़ा नहीं होता है, because they complement each other and they supplement as well. Complementing and supplementing, two different things, but that is what exactly happens in the RCC process. That is what is required when we work with the government. So we need to be definitely positive, but more than that, to make this happen, we need to be patient as well, super patient. क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट के साथ तो ऐसा चाबी घुमाया और सब कुछ बदल गया, ये तो नहीं है. हाथी का उदाहरण दे दिया गया था. हाथी इधर तो चलता भी नहीं है, बट जब चलने लगेगा तो सब कुछ रौन देगा, और वो अच्छा जो कुछ होना है वो अच्छा ही होगा. It's a structure which is massive. It's a structure which is mammoth. Mammoth is again a synonym for an elephant. So that's what needs to happen. We need to make that elephant walk, not run. If it runs, it would create a havoc. So that's in our interest, again, selfishness. And for that, I'll say that we'll have to find one, a good entry point, and second, a good focal point. We talked about collectors, we talked about government officials who are ready to receive with their eyes and ears open, with the spirits enlivened. So those are the focal points, but we need a good entry point as well. And unfortunately, these entry points are the tragedies that happen. For us, these are the entry points, because that is when they are looking for some or other kind of support. But then if that support is sustained and not just that time specific thing is there, then that is what is going to help. So looking for the entry point and looking for the focal point is key while we work with the government. And then focusing on issues which are or which may be of potential risk. And while doing that, I feel that it is youth who need to be targeted the most. Everyone and anyone says that हमारे पास demographic dividend है, लेकिन उसका किस तरह से हमें इस्तेमाल करना है, how to put it to use, how to maximize, how to consolidate upon, it has not been understood. That's why if we target youth, we look at the green jobs. If we look at the green jobs, we create cadre. If we create cadre, the cadre would be there at the local level. And if they are at the local level, then the assessments would happen well, organically. Coordination would happen easily, and working with the government would be possible. That's it that I would like to say. Thank you very much. It was a very, rich discussion, which had a very good reach as well. I mean, it reached across the country. We had got participants as far down as Kerala, from Kashmir and Bihar, and maybe Gujarat as well, Northeast as well, Ladakh as well. Yes, absolutely. So wonderful, wonderful. So what I'm trying to emphasize as well is that, I mean, this has been a pan-country, cross-country effort. And this is definitely, I feel, yielded a good result at the end of the day, though we have, taken 1 hour more. So thank you very much. And thanks to Vikrant and Hina for giving me an opportunity to hold the mic, which I don't necessarily let go of. Thank you.
Well, it's already 6 o'clock, and my role was more on listening and in the learning effort. And I want to thank everybody for their very useful suggestions. We have half a day ahead tomorrow. I think a lot of discussion will happen. And tomorrow again, we will get energized by some real action happening. Piconet, we heard about it, so tomorrow Kiran will be telling us, how they have done it there. And then, of course, there is one part about the accountability, I think, which is very core to our work as Sphere, which is our part of our mission statement, accountability to affected and at-risk population. And I think Annie also spoke about it, working with government and then talking about accountability. I think we need to understand a bit here also. So maybe I'll take a minute to unpack that. So my effort of working with civil society organizations over last now, I think 15 years, I think 2006, I rubbed some shoulder with Prasad. That's where my initiation happened. So accountability, I've seen civil society organizations all this time have struggled to demand accountability from the government, right? If I say the time from 2006 to 2016, 17, it has been largely that only, that NGOs get into a role of opposition, political opposition of demanding accountability to the people. I think that's perhaps where Sphere as a network has been different, right? We say when Sphere started, as Sphere standards, it was for accountability of whom? Anybody can guess about it? The standards were for whom? For everyone, but primarily for the humanitarian agencies, right? So for the humanitarian agency, the standards were developed by humanitarian agencies for themselves. So it was for us to demonstrate our accountability. And maybe by doing that demonstration of accountability, we can, ask for accountability or, advocate for accountability or demand for accountability. I think will be still very far-fetched for me. I think it's more about demonstration of that accountability. And that is what we are going to be discussing about it tomorrow in the last session. Whatever we discussed, they're all the good ideas, right? But now we're talking about this is learning, and we're talking about the 4-year, strategy ahead, how we are going to measure our accountability. If we are saying it will be our accountability for making these commitments to that, and when I say our, is our collective accountability, how are we going to measure that? That part is very, very, it's an idea, but it's very, very, I think we're still not figuring it out. So tomorrow, last session, we will doing some brainstorming to say that, okay, this all thing is very good and we are committed to doing it, but this is also how we will measure our success and accountability to people. So that's where I will like to make this statement, because I think Annie has again tried to say the same thing is when talking with the government, we're not going to talk to them about their accountability. We're talking about partnership. But when coming to our work and talking about accountability, we will demonstrate our accountability. This is how we are accountable, right? So thank you so much. Thank you for being with us, and keep the energy. Please be there tomorrow. Very important day tomorrow again. Okay. And I'm handing it back to Hina.
Thank you so much, Prasad ji, and thank you so much, Vikrant sir. There couldn't have been a better way to summarize the entire proceedings of the day. We have to vacate the room at 6 o'clock, and we have already got a few reminders. But this is just to reiterate, we had almost 80 agencies today who had joined us from across the country. And we're very, very, very extremely thankful to all of us who have joined and stayed with us till this hour. I mean, online. Offline is okay, but then online people are still means they've found this session very, very interesting. Please be with us tomorrow. Please speak to your colleagues and ask everybody to join us tomorrow. There'll be just a half a day session. Then after post noon we have a closed meeting, our own AGM. So it would only be from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock tomorrow. So kindly join us tomorrow. The link will remain the same. And we hope to see you at 10 o'clock in the hall. Thank you so much, everybody. And thank you, Siljo, for all the back-end team who are rapporteurs, Siljo and our internal team, for all the efforts and all the work.
Thank you so much.